Oh. There we go. Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the last stream of 2023. Or this year. It's fine. And I'm actually a little earlier than usual. That's a first. It usually takes me about right around this time to actually come back. But hey, I was actually here like a couple minutes earlier. It's fine. And such a nice track to finish us off too. How has everyone been? I hope everyone's Christmases were great, and I hope everyone is having a great New Year's Eve. Today's just been kind of like a meh kind of day for me, because it's mainly just been preparing for like the fireworks that are gonna inevitably go off probably soon. Who knows? I mean, when do people usually start lighting off fireworks? Is it like 9, 10 o'clock at night? 10 o'clock? I feel like 11 is like way too late. But then again, you never know. You never know. I've never been one to do fireworks. Especially because we have animals in the house that are sensitive to that kind of thing. But, yeah, so that's probably gonna happen at some point tonight. Excuse me. But, I hope everyone else has been having a better day as we ring in 2024. We'll probably do that at least tonight. Like, though it's just gonna be weird. Just like we're gonna be like 3 hours going on 4, and it's like, oh, time to ring in. I'm trying to remember if I did that last year. Did I even stream on the last day last year? I don't remember. Because I usually do these on Sundays. Was the 31st a Sunday last year? No, it wasn't. There's no way. No. But anyway, so there's that. I did, when I first made the waiting room last night, I accidentally forgot to change the part number to 7. I immediately recognized my mistake. But unfortunately, it's kind of already been done, I feel like. But, I will say, I have been thinking about what the future is, but, what we're gonna be doing on this channel for next year. I have been thinking about that. I don't have plans for all of the months yet, but I do at least have some ideas. Obviously, we're gonna be continuing some playthroughs that we've been putting off, again, for a year, because apparently that's just a thing at this point, but also starting some new stuff. But I want to discuss more of that over the intermission, which will be sometime in the 2.5 to 3 hour mark. Who knows? Depends on how long a scene goes. But, yeah. But I will say, the last month has been alright with me. I've been just doing the same old. I almost said same old, and I'm like, that's not right. And, I mean, I think the important thing I've been doing is just playing more of, Pokemon Moon. Because if you remember, last month, I talked about how I had started replaying through Moon because I was just in that, kick. And right now, I'm almost done. Like, I basically got the main story essentially done. I just have to beat the league. And I'm currently in the step of get the team ready for the league. I did the constructing of it last night. And that took some planning because while I understand the challenge of, like, doing the Elite Four and the Champion in one fell swoop, it's also like, fuck, I wish there was a way I could, like, exchange Pokemon out, like, from the Elite Four to the Champion. Like, just have that in-between part, but I get it. But I'll talk more. I think I'll talk more about that during the intermission as well. But I'm trying to think about like what else there was. I forgot to check something real quick. But, yeah, it won't be too much longer before we get into the game, proper. I do want to say a quick something. Like, during one of the times I was switching over to this channel for something, I did get a comment on my last, Katawa Shoujo VOD, and they were just basically, thanking me, not thanking me, just telling me, like, hey, I love Emmy's route, you know, and I love the voices that you do for the game. And I'm like, oh, thank you. I hearted it because I was like, oh, that's sweet. I don't get comments very often. I mean, mainly because of the fact I'm probably just one of the millions of small channels on here that does content. But hey, I appreciate comments that I get. Gives me that sweet validation that I crave, and just lets me know that, hey, you know, might not be in the immediate future, but you're gonna get someone that's gonna appreciate you. But I'm trying to think, what else is there? I don't think there's much else. I don't think there's much else. Oh, I will pull up the walkthrough before we even get the I will pull up the walkthrough. I don't even remember. I remember where we're at in terms of the game, but in terms of choices, I don't remember. Fuck off. I don't need to be reminded about how I need to update my apps. What? Hello? Trying to scroll through on my phone, and it's just like, and I'm like, what the hell is happening? Okay. Oh, I did want to make one quick correction. I remember stating this both in the previous stream, but also in a couple other previous streams that, like, we have 5 sex scenes to go through with Emmy. Turns out I was wrong. I accidentally counted all the times that Hisao and Emmy have sex. And they have it, first of all, they have it way more times than 5, just overall when they get started in their relationship. But in terms of what we're shown, you're only given 3. I mean, still, that's still more than the one we got with Hanako. But one quick correction, I messed up my numbers. That'll happen. And secondly, I am fairly confident that we are probably going to encounter the first of the sex scenes. I don't know about the second. Maybe. But definitely the first. And I technically don't remember what I did for, because YouTube is a platform that kids and families can access and such outside of the kids tube. I cannot, and because according to terms of service, I cannot show nudity, obviously. So when it comes to this game, where I do have the adult content feature on, I have to censor it, which my version of censoring is just like cutting the game off and then just reading the stuff out loud. I don't remember if I put an image on, like just for you guys to see something while I'm reading stuff out loud. I don't remember, but I think I'm probably gonna have to do some live editing on stream, so you guys can at least look at something as opposed to like a black screen. because because we're reading sex scenes aloud, we're gonna be here for a few minutes. But I do remember that last year when we encountered Hanako's sex scene, I put down in the chat basically what is a timestamp for future VOD people who have the chat replay open. That hey, this is where it begins, and then I would put down where it ends. For those who may not want to see the sex scene or hear me read it aloud, because I can understand how that would be awkward. Anyway, that's all I wanted to discuss. I think it's time we get into the game. So we will say goodbye to So we will say goodbye to Firefox, and we'll see it again in a few hours. Chat window, thank you. Okay, let me get that up, and then boop. I will say, I actually forgot that I was going to be streaming on the last... I had to keep reminding myself, by the way, you're going to be streaming on the last Sunday of this month. Remember that. And it's like, okay. I think it's because, obviously, as me being, the gossip, the tea-goss person who very much loves drama, where the hell did I have this games window on last time? Was it that? No. That looks about right. Okay. I mainly just been reading a lot of tweets about stupid bullshit, honestly. Stuff I do not want to talk about on stream. But anyway, so now that we have the game up, let's begin our recap. So, last time on Katawa Shoujo, we started on a new route with another girl, this time with Emmy, and we're currently I think we're approaching the end of her Act 2. And we've basically just been spending time with her, and already you can tell that things are progressing pretty quickly between Hisao and Emmy as opposed to Hisao and Hanako, because we had a love epiphany from Hisao last time. And we basically have just been hanging out with Emmy and Rin, slowly falling more and more in love with Emmy, and just kind of getting adjusted to a life where we're a lot more healthy and active. And, yeah. I'm pretty sure if I were to look at here... Oh, that's not it. This is it. Here we go. Okay, they don't tell you Act 2. But yeah, we should be approaching the end of her tale. We should be approaching the end of her Act 2. But yeah, can't wait. The first morning after. Alright. It has been a while since I've had to read something aloud. So, gonna take a little bit to get back into the groove of it. Okay. A night of restlessness has left me feeling fairly groggy this morning. The events of the previous day keep intruding upon my mind. The memory of... Already we're getting the sad music? Okay! The memory of how Emmy felt against me. The memory of our wrestling match. And most bothersome, the memory of her nightmare. Oh yeah, that was something that... It's so funny to think about that scene, because it's like... Like, we're in bed with her. She's sick. Because she decided to run out on the track while it was raining the day before. And she's asleep. And we have this wonderful moment where we discover, like, holy shit, I'm in love with this girl. And then she cries out for her father during her nightmare. And it quickly is like, oh, I don't think we should be here. She was in so much pain. I can't stop wondering what it must be like for her to wake up with nobody there. Oh. That is really loud. The shower shocks me awake with hot water. Awake, but still worried. What'll happen today? Will things just go back to normal? End of the episode, back to the status quo? There was a connection yesterday. Something that nearly pushed us past the boundaries of normal friendship. Would that have been so bad? My mind goes back to the look in Emmy's eyes after our pillow fight. It almost seemed like she was daring me to go on. Almost. But I can't know for sure. Anyway, the track captain's probably first in her affections. But even as I say that, my mind is already snorting derisively. I'm just looking for an excuse. A reason for everything to go wrong. A reason to not try. It's not as if I've even seen the two of them together outside of track practice. And clearly he's never visited. Emmy said as much herself. If they were close, surely he'd visit. I'm such a wuss. I ought to just go for it anyway, damn the consequences. That's what Emmy would do, I think. Hell, I know that's what she'd do. Which is partially why I'm convinced there's no interest on her end. She hasn't acted either. Maybe because of this track captain. It's possible she's got a bit of an unrequited crush thing going on. I actually really like that he's just... I mean, I kind of like that, for one, Hisao is just like, fuck it, I should fucking go for it. It's like, I like this girl, clearly. And I love how he's just, and it's like, I love the fact that that he even said, like, I'm just wanting something to go wrong between them. And it's like, that's the jealousy talking, my guy. But yeah, and then this thing, it's like, obviously me knowing the story, it's like, that's not quite true, but I'm not gonna spoil it. We're gonna find out eventually. But who would be able to clarify their relationship? It sure as hell can't be Emmy. She'd probably just laugh and ask why I wanted to know. And I'm not ready to answer that yet. Rin. Rin would probably just give me some cryptic answer or something. And then, with my luck, she'd just ask Emmy, who would ask me why I wanted to know, and I've already covered that problem. I wonder... could I get away with asking the nurse? He seems pretty protective of Emmy. I'm sure he'd know if something was up. And he owes me for not letting Emmy know he forgot to tell me about her being ill, so he'll keep quiet. What if he asks me why I want to know, though? I can shake him off. Just say I'm curious as a friend. He'll buy that, won't he? Bitch! He probably already figured out that you have a crush on her. You really think he's not gonna freaking... You really think he's gonna buy that? Of course! That's settled then. After the run, I'll talk to him while Emmy's waiting outside the office. And you think she's not gonna just eavesdrop. Okay. There's no sign of Emmy when I arrive at the track. Is she still too ill? I decide to give her 10 minutes. I'm a little early, and she was ill yesterday, so if she takes a while to show up, it shouldn't be surprising. Still, I'd hate to just waste my time, so I occupy myself by stretching and pacing back and forth anxiously. What if I went too far yesterday? What if she doesn't come because she's embarrassed? What if... There she is!
You're early again, Hisao! I'm impressed!
Just like that, I feel some of the tension leaving my body. Oh, there's the first sign of fireworks. Emmy seems to be bright and cheerful as usual, with no sign that she even was ill the other day, much less had a less than restful sleep. Still, I have to ask. Sleep well last night? Aw. It's just a throwaway question. Small talk. The sort of thing people ask someone they bump into in the cafe while getting their morning coffee. But not for us. At least, not for me. I don't know if Emmy realizes that I'm actually concerned about how well she slept last night, but the question does give her pause. After a short moment of what seems like her genuinely pondering this, she nods.
Yup, sure did.
Was it because of me? Did I actually help? Or are you just saying that to get me to stop asking questions? Good to hear. Emmy grins and begins warming up.
So, ready to begin?
Am I ready? Of course I'm ready! I was born ready! Emmy laughs at my bravado, and we take off running. I keep a steady pace the whole time, breathing steadily. I still feel dead at the end! I still feel dead at the end, but at least I don't gasp like a fish out of water now. Hey, you're doing better! Emmy is positively beaming after the run today.
Nice job, Sal! You're improving! You'll be half as fast as me in no time!
This last line is delivered with a teasing grin that I've grown all too used to. Oh, how exciting. Emmy begins to run her sprints while I take a cool-down lap. She's really pushing herself today. By the time I'm done with my lap, she's laying across one of the bleachers, looking exhausted. Goodness, not pushing it a little too much today, are you? You did just have a cold, you'll recall. Emmy gives an annoyed snore and sits up. Excuse me.
Bah! I'm just trying to make up for lost time, that's all. I went twice as hard today, you know. A good run always gets the kinks out, you know. Clears the mind, too.
Oh? Emmy nods vigorously.
Yup, it's a great outlet for that sort of thing.
She does not explain further, and I don't ask. I suspect I know the real reason she went so hard today. Being sick had nothing to do with it. Something's bothering her. Maybe the nightmare. Maybe something else. But it's not my place to pry. She'd tell me if she wanted me to know. I'm sure that comes in handy.
You have no idea.
The sincerity in her voice confirms my suspicion. The only problem is, even though I know she'd tell me if she wanted me to know, I still want to know. Something on your mind, then? Emmy doesn't seem surprised by my question. Instead, she shrugs.
Nah, it's nothing worth getting worried about.
I need to put some chapstick on because my lips are getting dry. She seems as if she's trying to convince herself as much as she's convincing me. I opened my mouth to ask if yesterday is responsible for her current state of mind, but think better of it. Too much risk of her taking the question the wrong way. Besides, I'm not even sure myself what to think about yesterday. Really, I can only get about as far as how it felt to have Emmy sleeping next to me before my brain shuts down. Having her before me now, covered in sweat and looking wryly at me, she's making it difficult to think. Yeah, I hear ya.
We'd better hurry to see the nurse. We're running short on time.
Aren't we always? Emmy laughs at this, a dry chuckle that seems most un-Emmy-like.
Too true.
For a brief moment, she looks old, worn down by some old hurt. But just like yesterday, I could almost see her shouldering the burden and straightening up slightly. And then she's back to being Emmy again.
Come on then, Hisao. Race ya!
With a sudden smile, she darts off.
Hey, no fair!
I take off after her, knowing I won't catch her but not caring. Even if there's no chance of catching her, I'll still run after her. Aww. That's sweet. Is this a new scene? Not yet. Emmy's waiting for me at the door as I arrive.
Well, look who's finally shown up.
Yeah. Enjoy your victory while you can. Emmy grins as the nurse pokes his head out of the door. Well, there you are. Come on in, Hisao. Alright. And what has... Okay. I keep wanting to do this because I'm trying to get into it. And what has become a familiar routine by now, he checks my blood pressure and my heart rate. This is loud. Turn that down a little bit. A bit fast today, isn't it? Yeah, I kind of raced Emmy here. The nurse laughs. That's never a good idea. He leans in to whisper to me in a conspiratory manner. I don't know if you've heard, but Emmy's a bit of a track star. I reel back in mock surprise. Really? She never mentioned it before. The two of us share a laugh. Did she do okay today? Cold seemed to bother her? Why don't you ask her? He rolls his eyes in exasperation. Of course I'm going to ask her too, but she'll tell me that she didn't have any problems, regardless of whether or not she did. So I'm asking you, because you're her friend and would probably tell me if she had trouble today. When he puts it that way, it makes a lot more sense. Honestly, yeah. She seemed pretty good today, if a little more tired than usual. She was already feeling better when I dropped by yesterday, so I'm not that surprised. The nurse nods, though I notice he tenses slightly when I mention yesterday's visit. Well, that's good to hear. I figured it was just a 24-hour thing. Emmy tends to recover quickly from colds and the like. Hey, speaking of Emmy, are she and the track captain... Well, you know. He's really going ahead with this. A look of suspicion crosses his face. Why do you ask? Well, it's just that they seem kind of close, and I was just curious, you know? And I never ask her, because that would be kind of embarrassing. So far, so good. Now to really sell it. Besides, I think they'd make a cute couple. The nurse laughs. Well, I don't suppose you're the first to think that. But I think I can say with some certainty that the two of them will never do anything like that. There's actually a reason for it. And if you think about it, it makes sense. Certainty. Yup. Not that I could tell you, of course. Confidentiality and all that. Not to mention... It is that reason is pretty important to not out somebody. Yeah, right. You just like holding a secret over my head. That too. Right, get out of here. I'm a busy man, you know. I roll my eyes at his last statement and head out the door, motioning to Emmy to go in. The whole time, I'm trying to keep from doing a celebratory dance. He's like, yes! I have a chance! Granted, typical teenage boy stuff. The two of them will never do anything like that! Hell yeah! That's precisely the sort of thing I wanted to hear. I'm half tempted to make some sort of a move on Emmy right now, but I think the nurse would probably disapprove. Besides, I still don't know exactly how Emmy feels about me. I love the music playing because of this too. He's like, yeah! I mean, it's cute though. I get it though. I get it. It's cute. It's cute. It's a little cringy, but it's cute. I mean, it's obvious that she cares about me as a friend, but something more than that? I can't be certain. Even so, I can't help but feel hopeful. I just need to figure out a good time to tell Emmy exactly how I feel. That puzzle should keep me occupied for the rest of the day at least. Speaking of which, the rooftop is completely deserted. Normally I could count on Rin to be up here before me, but she's strangely absent. I wonder if she decided to accompany Emmy to the cafeteria for once. That seems pretty unlikely, but it's all I can think of right now. Part of me wants to go look for Rin, but a far larger part of me is too pleased with the way the sun feels on my skin to care. I pick idly at my lunch while I wait for Emmy and Rin to show up. It doesn't take long for me to hear the sounds of someone coming up the stairs. I wait until the door begins to open before talking. Took you long enough. Keeping me waiting for you, honestly. The two of you are... Huh? Well, that's odd. The only person standing in the doorway is Emmy, who looks mildly confused.
What do you mean, huh? It's me! You know, Emmy! We run in the mornings!
She grins, and I feel my heart jump slightly in my chest at the sight. Yes, I knew that. I'm just confused. Where's Rin? Emmy's grin is replaced by a rather guilty-looking expression.
Yeah, about that. I sort of, gave her my cold.
Oh dear. Am I at risk too? I mean, I should be, considering I was literally sleeping next to you last night. Not last night. Yesterday. It would make sense after all. Emmy and I were in close contact the other day. So what did she and Rin do that got her ill? Steady on, old lad. Don't go down that road! Wow! He really went the Yuichi on Mai's route. Way. And for anyone who doesn't know, that's a canon reference. Kanon reference. Rin's just probably got a worse immune system than me. Emmy seemed shocked by my comment, like she hadn't considered that before.
I hope not. I'll feel terrible if you get ill because of me, Hisao.
Oh man, I think I feel a fever coming on. Emmy looks horrified, and then quickly shifts into a more angry expression.
Hisao! You stop getting sick this instant! I won't have it!
Impulsively, she seizes me by the collar.
Are you listening to me, Hisao's immune system? Get your ass in gear!
I give a smart salute. Duly noted, ma'am. Emmy steps back and nods, satisfied.
Good. You are not allowed to miss any of our morning runs after all.
But you missed a morning run! Emmy crosses her arms and looks at me haughtily.
Yes, but that's a special case. It was me and not you.
That's not an explanation at all. Emmy looks flabbergasted.
You're kidding, right? That explanation makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't. It's a blatant double standard.
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
Fine. Emmy seems pleased by her victory. Anyway, is Rin going to be okay? She's not terribly ill, right? Emmy shakes her head.
Nope, she'll be fine. I got her some cold medicine that should help her. Although I probably should have made sure she didn't try to take them all at once. She's done it before, you know.
Somehow, I don't find this all that surprising. I doubt Rin is one to pay attention to maximum dosages and such. That's also really fucking dangerous. But I'm not one to complain. I mean, this is the same person. I mean, I'm the kind of person who took like 5 pills within the span of like 2 hours. You should probably check in on her later then, just to make sure. Emmy shrugs.
I'll stop by after practice. She'll be fine until then.
I nod, figuring that line of conversation is over. The only problem is, I don't know what else to talk about. So, you got any more track meets coming up? That's so cute. This is a terribly roundabout way of trying to see if she's free on the weekend. If she's free, then maybe I can ask her on a date or something. Well, assuming I can get myself to actually form the words. Oh, that's so cute, though. He's like... He's trying to ask... That's actually really cute, trying to ask her, And again, I really like... I mentioned this last time, but I really like just how quickly the relationship is progressing between these two as opposed to Hisao and Hanako. Again, not to say that the Hisao and Hanako relationship was bad by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying that, like, you know, sometimes you don't want a slow burn. Sometimes you just want a nice pace. You know, set up stuff. Emmy shakes her head.
Nah, not for another couple weeks, I think. The season's winding down.
Whoa, that was really weird. Oh yeah, I came right in the middle of things, didn't I? Does that mean exams are coming up soon? I should probably look into that. What do you do on weekends if there's not a meet? An eyebrow goes up, and Emmy gets a teasing look on her face.
You're awfully inquisitive today, aren't you?
I shrug and hope it looks casual. Just making conversation. I don't know what it's like to be a track star after all.
Flattery.
She waves a hand idly.
I'm not actually that good, you know. You just so happen to see me on a good day is all.
You liar.
Yeah. But humility is the sign of a good athlete. At least that's what my dad used to say.
She shrugs and tries unsuccessfully to hide the rather troubled expression her face has taken on. Hey, what's up? You seem bothered by something. Emmy starts to deny it, then sighs in defeat. I wonder if she's too tired from being sick to get herself to deny it, like usual. Or if she actually just trusts me enough at this point to open up.
Well, you remember last night?
Do I ever? I settle for nodding, however.
That's not the first time that's happened to me. Actually, I get them kind of...
She pauses, as if it suddenly occurred to her what she's doing. It's almost like she's breaking some sort of personal rule here. But she starts up again, choosing her words carefully.
Well, not often, but... on occasion.
Excuse me.
It's just been one of those weeks where that's what happens.
A sigh escapes her, and she looks terribly frustrated. I reach over and give her a hug, which, unlike last time, doesn't seem to shock her. Instead, she seems to relax as my arms wrap around her. We stay that way for a while. Hey, you know I was serious last night. You really can't talk to me if stuff like this is bothering you. It's always difficult to do this sort of thing solo, you know? Emmy smiles and breaks the embrace, but stays leaning on my shoulder.
Thanks, Hisao. I'll be fine, I think.
I can already see her reassembling herself, getting ready to bottle it all up again. Guess that topic's closed now. So hey, given any more thought to that career survey?
say I have. I don't tend to plan very far ahead, you know. Although, I suppose I could at least start looking into college, huh?
I shrug. I suppose, unless you were serious about that pirate thing. Last I checked, pirates didn't have much need for universities. Unless there's like a pirate university out there somewhere. Emmy giggles and starts to look a little like her old self, but there's a new element to her expression. Okay. Impish. That's how I describe it. Emmy looks impish, looking up at me with her head nestled into my shoulder.
Would you come with me if I ran off to be a pirate?
Of course I would. Who in their right mind would pass up the opportunity to be pirates with you? Wait, does that sound right?
Well, when you put it that way, I'm not sure.
She giggles again. I notice that my heart seems to have sped up. It's probably due to Emmy's proximity to me. That hint of strawberries again. I can't help but grin as I gaze down at her. She's happy again.
Hey, Hisao?
Hmm? Oh!
If you're going to kiss me, you should probably do it soon. I think the lunch bell is about to ring.
Oh, she likes us. My thoughts grind to a sudden halt. I'm pretty sure my mouth is hanging open in shock. All I can manage is a strangled, huh? This amuses Emmy even more.
You were thinking about it, weren't you?
She sits up, bringing her face level with mine.
I'd probably enjoy it, you know? You're really... well...
Oh, she's nervous too. She briefly composes herself, looking like she's about to say something important.
If you haven't figured it out by now, I think I've developed a bit of a crush on you. You're going to have to do something about that.
This time, her grin short-circuits several important thought processes. At some point, I turn toward her, and at another point, her arms move to around my neck. At yet another, my arms wrapped around her waist. I'll be damned if I could tell precisely when that happened. Because at the moment, there's only a voice in the back of my head yelling at me to kiss her. I look into Emmy's eyes. There it is. The thing I saw yesterday on the bed. It's there again. It suddenly strikes me that she's worried that I'll reject her. What a silly worry for her to have. Hey! First kiss and it's an Act 2 instead of Act 4! Her lips taste faintly of strawberries. She leans into the kiss, and her arms tighten around the back of my head, making sure that I don't pull away. Oh, this song. I'll turn up the volume for this. Not that there was any danger of that. There's a churning feeling in my gut. The world falls away. There's just me and her and this bench. My arms tighten, drawing her waist closer, entranced by the feel of her. I inhale her scent, my mind trying desperately to memorize everything about how she tastes, how she smells, how she feels. What's this song? The Real Beginning. Oh, no, not that. Romance and Andante 2. The ringing of the bell snaps us both back to reality, and we break the kiss. Emmy's cheeks are slightly flushed, and she seems to be catching her breath. In her defense, so am I. We stand there for a few moments, trying to wrap our heads around what we've just done. Emmy is the first to break the silence.
So, wanna grab dinner after I'm done with practice?
What a coincidence. I was about to ask you the same thing. Well, actually, I suppose it was going to be some kind of proper date on the weekend or something. But the thought was there, I think. Emmy gives me a playful shove.
Yeah, right. You are still in shock from how incredibly awesome I am at kissing.
We begin to head down the stairs back to our respective classrooms. Hey, I didn't see you talking immediately afterwards either.
That I didn't. See you after practice, Asao!
She leans in quickly and gives me a quick kiss in the middle of the hallway, sending me into another brief state of mental freefall. Aww. You got it, bitch! You got the girl! As I head into my classroom, a giggling Misha greets me.
Why, Hichan, you romantic you! You got the girl! Did you confess on the rooftop? Did you?
Actually, I think it was the other way around. This sends Misha into a fresh fit of laughter.
Young love is so unpredictable, isn't it?
This being Misha, I suppose I should have expected her to tease me over this. I guess. Before I can really respond, Muto's entered the room, and Misha skips off to her seat, giggling all the while. I suspect that I'll get a lot of that sort of conversation now, especially seeing as how Emmy kissed me right in the middle of the hall. But somehow, I don't care about that. For the first time since arriving here, my heart feels light. Hey! Act 3! Perspective. That was a really cute scene. That was a really... It was cute, but it was also really, like, sweet. Like, again, it's been a while since... I did not remember just how sweet that scene was. Like, I remember some stuff about this game, not all of it. I don't think it's that much of a coincidence that's like, of course you remember the sex. And it's like, not much of it. Just enough. But yeah, that was actually a really sweet scene. And I really love, like, just how romantic, in a way, the writing was during the kiss scene, where Hisao is just like, I want to, like, you know, where it's like, he's like, I want to remember how she tastes, how she smells, how she feels. It's like, that's really freaking romantic. And I say this as a hopeless romantic myself. And believe me, I have read plenty of scenes. I've even written some of those scenes myself in my stuff, so I get it. And it's still just... It still makes my heart sing, because it's so cute. And now we have a date! My head's in a spin all through Muto's class. I'm going to have dinner. With Emmy. Who wants to be my girlfriend, no less. A date. And then she kissed me. That kiss. I keep going back to it, playing it over in my mind again and again. Everything about that moment felt so right. My mind drifts off, lost in thoughts of Emmy. God, he is in love. Nakai? Hello? It seems like I've drifted a bit too far. Huh? What? Hey, God. You've contracted some kind of amnesia. Someone get the nurse! The class chuckles at Muto's antics. Sorry, sir. Won't happen again and all that, right? Exactly. Muto brightens considerably. Well, lovely to hear. I'd hate to have my star pupil slacking off after all. Don't say that! I've been doing well, but I hardly qualify as a star pupil, I think. I'm fairly certain that this class is the sort that everyone does well in. It's just memorizing formulas. True to my word, I managed to pay attention for the rest of the class. We got a date now. Well, not yet anyway. Shut up, Belle. I forgot I could do that. Nakai, may I have a word with you? I wonder if I'm in trouble for earlier. Sure. Am I in trouble? Muto looks genuinely confused for a moment. Beg your pardon? He tilts his head to one side and thinks for a moment. Oh, that. No, you're not in any sort of trouble. There's just a question I want to ask you. What's that? Nothing terrible. I was just wondering what your plans for after graduation are. Are you going to university? Yeah, I guess. I can't really see a reason not to go. Given any thought to what you'll study? Not really, no. I figure I'll come up with something when I get there. Not a good idea! Muto laughs. Taking things as they come, eh? I'd argue against it, but that's how I did things when I went to university. Yeah, so you'd be a hypocrite. Well, not really. I knew I'd go into a science, I just wasn't sure which one. Ended up with physics, but could just as well have gone for astronomy or what have you. Actually, I did go for chemistry first, but there were all sorts of things. Muto trails off and frowns slightly. It takes a minute for him to recover his train of thought, and I wait patiently for him to continue. So anyway, I did a lot of physics as well, because I had an interest in that, but I wasn't sure if it was for me. So I went back to chemistry, and here we are. Yes? He smiles at me enthusiastically, as if waiting for me to confirm that, yes, here is where we are. Was that a typo? Here is where we are. I'm not gonna question it. Listen, it's a good game. We can allow a few typos. Somehow, I get the feeling that Muto had a plan for this conversation, but I'll be damned if I can figure it out. Sorry, I'm not following you. Muto frowns and rubs his chin a bit, looking perplexed. He then snaps his fingers as if he's remembered what the point of all this was. Right! Yes, you! Me? Yes! You should look into studying one of the sciences. You're fantastic at it. Unless you'd rather just go into math. Muto makes a sour face! Not a big fan of straight math. There's a joke here I want to say. I didn't know math is straight. You mean to tell me he's a gay? Is it queer? I always like the experiments more than the proofs. Sorry. It's such a stupid ass joke. You're saying I should study science at university? Muto seems thrown off balance by my question. Well, sort of. You could also join the science club. Trouble is, there's not actually a science club. But there could be. You could even be a charter member. A founding father. Of course, you need to find other members. Well, only if you wanted to. We could just start up with the two of us. And, I could give you things to read, and we could talk about them. And I could help you get ready for university and such as well. Why is this reading less like a teacher trying to help a student and more just like an adult looking for a peer to talk about science to? Just like, please give me a friend. Listen. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's just like, this is technically a high school, sir. Wait. Muto rummages around in his briefcase and tosses me a book. Read that. If it's interesting, then we can talk about it. A brief history of time? Well, I guess the science of time is a science. I mean, that's chronology, right? Chronology? Let me look that up real quick. I think that's actually a thing, like the study of time, I think, chronology? Chronological order, chronology, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Merriam-Webster. Chronology, the science that deals with measuring time by regular divisions and that assigns to events their proper dates. And then, of course, according to Google, the arrangement of events or dates in the order of their occurrence. A document displaying an arrangement of events in order of their occurrence, and the study of historical records to establish the dates of past events. So yeah, I was pretty much right.
You never want to know.
Thing is, though, it's like, I feel like chronology is like, I guess it could be like the broad spectrum of things, but then it's like, well, why would anyone want to study the specifics of times? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I mean, I guess like for history, I don't know. I don't know if I actually want to read this, but Muto seems pretty excited about it. What's it about? Time. Space. Space-time. Black holes and such. Okay, so maybe a cross of chronology and astronomy. Actually, is astronomy the right word to use for studying the science of space? Or is astronomy just related to the stars? And it's not that dense. Just to see if that sort of thing's interesting for you, you understand. Hang around after class, and we can either discuss it, or I can show you how to make explosives in the lab! Excuse me, what?! What do you mean, explosives?! What?! He waves a hand at my quizzical expression. Bless you. Must you sit there? Well, I guess I'd much rather have you laying there than playing around in this room, making noise. Sorry about that, that was the cat. Joking, sorry. Okay, I was like, you're gonna make me into a mini terrorist, dude? Still, I've kept you here long enough for now. Think about science as a career path, Nakai. I think you'd enjoy it. Okay. I will. Thank you for the book. To be fair, science as a whole to study into is pretty fascinating. Probably not my preferred field of study, but I also well then again I find psychology to be utterly crazy to think about. I love psychology, and that in of itself is a science, ain't it? I leave the classroom and look up at the clock. Quite a chunk of time to kill until Emmy's out of practice. Guess I'll give this book a look. I should probably shower as well. Showering before a date's only proper, right? Hey, this boy cares about his hygiene. I head back to the dorms. I wonder where I'm supposed to meet Emmy anyway. She said after practice, but she didn't say where I should find her. I guess I could just swing by the track. That's probably best anyway. If she needs a shower, I could just wait for her in her room or something. Or in the hallway, I guess. That would be better as well. I take a quick shower, remembering to take my medication once I hop out. Now for a look at this book. Oh, break time. I actually really do like that. It's like, listen, Hisao's like, listen, I care about looking good for my girl, you know? You need more men like that. I wake with a start. Shit! What time is it? A glance at the clock reveals that I've been asleep for nearly an hour. Thank goodness. Can't miss my date! To be fair, that's fine. Emmy's practice should be finishing up soon. I throw on some casual clothes and head for the track. Wait, what day of the week is it? Is it Saturday? No, this is a full school day, so anywhere from Monday to Friday. Somehow I get the feeling we won't be doing anything fancy for dinner. Emmy doesn't strike me as a very fancy sort of person. Still, I suppose there's a lot I have yet to know about Emmy. Despite our newfound closeness, I still feel like I don't know her as well as I should. Ah well, I have lots of time to fix that. I mean, that's true. To be honest, I'm looking forward to getting to know her more. I'm so caught up in my own thoughts that I hardly register that I'm already at the track. Emmy is nowhere to be found. I don't even see any signs of the track team. This could be embarrassing. I turn to head toward the girls' dormitory when I hear a shout.
Hey, Hisao!
Hey! I like this outfit. This is a really nice outfit for Emmy. I turn around to see Emmy making a beeline for me with a gym bag slung over her shoulder. Definitions. Oh boy. She's changed into some decidedly more casual clothing. A pair of shorts and an olive green top. Her running blades have been replaced by more realistic looking legs that probably wouldn't fool anyone. Emmy doesn't seem to care about that, a fact which makes me smile.
Hey, you came! I mean, I figured you would, but still.
I suddenly find myself wrapped in a rather affectionate hug, and it proves to be impossible for me to keep what must be the world's largest grin off my face. Well, of course I came! I'd be crazy not to, right? Emmy ponders for a moment.
You know, that's true. I mean, I'm pretty amazing after all.
I shrug in response. I certainly think so. Oh. Don't dish it out if you can't take it, girl! It's an offhand remark, which is why I'm surprised to see that it seems to have caught Emmy by surprise. She blushes and smiles warmly at me before planting a kiss on my lips. Now it's my turn to be surprised. I'm sorry, that's actually really cute. Like, trying to get used to like, oh yeah, we're gonna be dating now. That's cute. Emmy steps back, resting her weight on her back heel, looking pleased with herself. My brain fumbles for an appropriate response. I should compliment you more often. Emmy laughs and gives me a playful shove.
Jerk.
I throw an arm around Emmy's shoulders, and am pleased when she immediately leans into me, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. So, where to? Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I've played this route before, I don't remember much of it, maybe that's why it's catching me off guard so much by how cute it is.
I'm not actually sure. Where do people go on dates around here anyway?
That's a damn good question. I've got no idea. Why don't we just head down to the Aura Mart and grab something portable? I thought that said profitable. I was like, what? Emmy's face brightens at this idea.
A picnic! I think you're onto something, Hisao.
Hey, that's a nice, good first date. Emmy snakes her arm around my waist.
Ah! Stop this! Stop this!
They are already acting like they've been going out for like a year, and it's only been the same day. Emmy snakes her arm around my waist, and we begin to head for the front gate. I'm entirely unsure of what I'm meant to do in this situation, but at least Emmy seems to be equally clueless. Well, then again, I guess that shows like just how well these two like have like not only to show off the chemistry between them, but also just how comfortable they are. You know, being able to do stuff that it would probably take couples a while to do, you know? Despite the relaxing feeling of being with Emmy, I still can't help feeling a little tense. What if I do something wrong? I'd hate to make an ass out of myself. You'll be fine. You're gonna be fine. Odds are she's probably as nervous about this as you are. The trip to the Aura Mart is accompanied by Emmy's chatter about how practice went. I keep quiet for the most part, merely enjoying the warmth of being around Emmy. We get a few odd looks from passers-by, but I don't mind. We wind up buying some bread and instant noodles, realizing too late that we cannot actually cook the latter in the park.
Oh well, I'll make it for lunch or something.
That'll work. The park is located after a brief loss of direction that I blame entirely on Emmy. She, of course, blames me. We find a spot beneath a tree and sit down. I lean back against the trunk. Emmy sits across from me. I guess we should have brought a blanket or something to sit on, huh?
That's fine.
Emmy shrugs.
I don't mind.
Neither do I. Emmy tosses me a package of bread and we dig in. Curry bread. Interesting. I guess I wasn't really paying attention to what I grabbed in the store.
Hey, Asao, you look like your bread's a little spicy.
I shake my head, trying in vain to keep an image of manliness. Nah, it's hardly spicy at all!
I see. That must be why your face has gotten so red.
Yes, exactly. The lack of spice has, gotten my blood up, you know. Because of the disappointment. Emmy laughs and swallows the last of her bread.
Well, if you can't handle it, I'll be glad to take it off your hands. There we go.
Hey, just because you wolfed down yours so quickly doesn't mean I'm just going to give you mine. Emmy mock pouts, causing me to nearly choke on my bread with laughter.
Oh, come on, Asao! Aren't you supposed to be concerned with making sure I've got enough to eat now? We're dating, you know? Though...
Emmy looks troubled all of a sudden.
I can't say I feel any different.
What do you mean by that?
What makes this a date? It's just what we would have done anyway, really.
And you know what? That's fine too! I think it just shows, like, how comfortable you two are around each other, the natural chemistry you have. That's, like... I mean, honestly, the only thing you two would probably do differently is just you'd be kissing and holding hands and having sex.
But this should feel different because before when we had lunch, we were friends. And now we're a level above friends.
You sound like Rin. Laughter escapes, and Emmy grins.
Well, she might have put the thought into my mind. We've talked about that sort of thing before.
Really? About me?
Not really, just stuff, really. Rin thinks that the change of a label from friend to girlfriend seems arbitrary most of the time. Like there's no difference between the two.
I can think of at least one, you know. You don't tend to kiss your friends quite as much. True. Although that just depends on the boundaries you guys set. I mean, it feels like lately I've heard tales of friends kissing each other and it not meaning anything. And I'm just like, I wouldn't do that. But hey, I'm just not that kind of person. For the second time today, Emmy blushes slightly and giggles.
I suppose you're right.
Exactly. I'm always right about things like this. Emmy rolls her eyes and chuckles.
Guess you're pretty smart, huh?
I nod in agreement. Yup. Even Muto thinks so. He thinks I should go into some scientific study after graduation. Emmy raises an eyebrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm thinking I actually might just do that. Really, the more I consider the idea, the more it appeals to me. I make a mental note to look into it a little more closely. So, what are you thinking of doing after graduation? Still planning on running? Emmy shrugs, seeming almost a bit hesitant.
I don't know. If I'm good enough and I can... Okay. I don't know. If I'm good enough and I can find a team, I guess.
You mean you aren't sure?
I haven't really thought about it, to be honest.
Really? You probably should, you know? Graduation isn't that far off. Emmy fidgets a little nervously.
Yeah, well, it's far enough, right? Besides, I've got other things to think about.
There's a mischievous flash behind Emmy's eyes, and I suddenly find myself gloriously pinned against the tree. Gloriously?!
Like making sure this is a real date, right? I mean, if we don't kiss, then it's not a date at all, right?
You don't have to kiss immediately afterwards, or during. I think if anything, like, I don't think I could be as comfortable with that on my first date. Oops. I suppose... Strawberries and curry. Not the best combination. But I don't think I mind. Emmy sits back on my legs and grins again. Oh, you're in my lap. Okay.
There. Science would approve, right?
I have the oddest mental image of Muto nodding seriously and making a mark on some checklist. I can't help laughing at the idea.
Well, I'll admit, this is the first time I've ever witnessed a kiss being met with laughter. Should I feel offended?
No. I'm sure science approves. Emmy beams at me, and I find it increasingly difficult to keep my brain functioning properly.
Oh, good.
It's at this point I notice that Emmy has stolen the remainder of my curry bread while I was otherwise occupied with images of teachers wielding clipboards. Hey! Emmy tries to look innocent, but considering she's just crammed the last bits of my bread into her mouth, it does not appear to be working. Sorry, I couldn't finish. Thief! A shrug from my companion is all I get in response. You used your feminine wiles on me! I wasn't that hungry anyway, but I still feel that the point needs to be made. Emmy seems confused by the phrase feminine wiles, but the understanding dawns on her features after a moment's thought.
Wasn't anything of the sort! You were laughing! Feminine wiles don't involve laughing!
I guess I can't argue with this. That doesn't change your thievery! Emmy laughs at my injured tone and gives me a playful shove.
Fine, you can have the instant noodles.
Are you kidding? That stuff's terrible! If anything, you should definitely eat it as punishment! Another laugh from the girl sitting on my legs. Both of which have fallen asleep by now. I don't care. That was a really... I twitch one leg to try waking it up, which has the unintended effect of unbalancing Emmy, who falls to the side with a startled eep! Whoops! Sorry about that! Legs fell asleep on me. Emmy remains on the ground, giggling. I stand up a little shakily, feeling the nerves in my legs return to normal. My eyes wander over the scenery before fixing on the figure of Emmy, who is yet to get up. Aww. Her hair is splayed out around her head, her arms are spread, and laughter is bubbling up through her mouth. Everything about Emmy seems condensed into this one image. Her energy, her spirit, her childish giggling. The urge to lay down in the grass with her rises swiftly from the back of my mind to the forefront of my thoughts. And indeed, I'm convinced that I would love nothing more than to do just that. Unfortunately, the sun has set, and it's probably time for us to get back to the dormitories. It's very similar to that CG of her on her bed, looking up at us. While Emmy may be happy to stay out here all night, I don't think I have that ability. Besides, Homework soon beckons. It wouldn't make sense to start thinking about things like university and then slack off, would it? Excuse me. I extend a hand to Emmy to help her up. We should probably get going. Yeah, it is very much like that. Emmy makes a sour face.
You're right.
She grabs my proffered hand, and I pull her to her feet and into a hug. This time, I'm the one who kisses her, unable to resist having Emmy against me. Seems a shame to leave, you know?
Yeah, it does. But if we don't get back to the school soon, we'll probably get into trouble.
Emmy pokes me in the ribs playfully.
And you need to do your homework, I'm sure.
Sadly, you're absolutely right. I throw my arm around her shoulders, and we make the trek back to the school, accompanied by occasional bouts of laughter, as our conversation jumps from subject to subject. Everything from running, to school, to the peculiar way that one of the cafeteria workers smells. That's an interesting topic, okay! All too soon, we find ourselves outside of the girls' dormitory building.
Well, I guess I'll be going then.
I guess so, huh? Emmy grins at me again with that mischievous look.
Are you gonna be able to survive without me?
I laugh. I'm sure I'll manage.
How terrible! Aren't you supposed to say something like, I'll be counting the seconds you're away?
Nah, I don't think so. Emmy pulls me down into a quick goodbye kiss and steps back, looking unexpectedly shy.
Thanks for dinner. I really had fun. Honestly, I did.
So did I. I think we shall have to do it again sometime. Emmy laughs at my deadpan delivery and nods.
See you bright and early tomorrow morning, right? You've got to run off that bread after all.
Of course, despite the fact that you ate most of it.
Yes, despite that. See you later, Sal!
As Emmy turns to head inside, I notice something weird. Something so weird that I'm surprised I didn't notice it earlier. She's limping slightly, favoring the left leg. Hey, Emmy! Is your leg okay? Emmy looks confused, or at least fakes confusion.
What are you talking about?
Your right leg. You're limping. There's the briefest flash of concern on Emmy's face. Either she didn't want me to know, or she didn't think I'd notice. Or, I prefer to think, she just didn't realize it.
Oh, that!
She shrugs casually.
Must have gotten knocked a little out of alignment during the picnic. No idea what would have caused that, of course.
I think back to being pinned under the tree. Ah. You should have told me. We could have stopped and fixed it, you know? Emmy waves a hand airily.
Nah, it's not that big of a deal. Don't worry about it, okay, Sal? It's fine.
Why do I get the feeling that she's convincing herself as well as me? Hey, we got our other choice. Let's see. Oh, we gotta press her. Okay. Are you absolutely sure? You don't want to go ahead and adjust it before heading up the stairs? You could get hurt if you don't, right?
I said it was fine, Sal. Seriously, don't worry about it. I've got some experience in these matters after all.
Yeah, I suppose so. Emmy grins reassuringly.
Honestly, Sal, I appreciate the concern, but I really am okay. Now really, I need to get going. Your attempts to keep me around are doomed to fail.
Of course. Just prolonging the goodbye, I suppose. Another grin lights up Emi's face.
Good night, Hisao.
Good night. As she limps inside, I find myself hoping she's okay, despite her assurances that she's fine. I think I can call this a successful first date. Hell, any date that ends with Emi pinning me under a tree. Any day that ends with Emi pinning me under a tree to kiss me can't be bad, can it? I feel... Why does this sound like... You know what? I don't want to go for it. It's too NSFW for it. I head back to my room, mentally thank the gods that Kenji doesn't ambush me in the hallway, and get started on my homework. So Hisao likes being pinned down, eh? Hey! Ah, dear. Alright, excuse me for a moment. I'm probably going to turn on the heater real quick. So if you hear some noise, that's the heater. It's cold. Don't be making that noise. I don't like that. Good now? Okay. Just making sure. Alright. The morning is far too early for my taste. It doesn't help that I had trouble sleeping last night. There were simply too many things to think about. My mind refused to slow down. Instead, I replayed the rooftop, the park, and everything else over and over in my mind. There's a small part of my mind that is still paranoid that this has all been some kind of joke. That I'll meet up with Emi at the track, and she'll act like nothing happened yesterday. Pushing these thoughts to the back of my mind, I throw on my running clothes and open the door. There she is. Emi's waiting for me. Excuse me. Emi's waiting for me with her usual smile.
You're late! Or at least you're not early today. Are you tired of something?
I find myself ruefully rubbing the back of my head. Hello? Something like that, yeah. Oh, now I get Discord notifications? Whatever. Lots to think about and all that. Emi giggles at my mild understatement.
Yeah, I didn't sleep that well either. I was actually glad you weren't early, because I wasn't early either.
I wonder if the same thing kept us awake. The image of her weeping face passes through my mind. What kept you up? Emi's expression falters, but she quickly notices my curiosity and forces a smile.
Nothing important.
She's obviously not telling me something. The question is, should I press the issue? Something's clearly been bothering her for a while. I want to help her, but would it just come off as me being nosy? She's got to know I care about her, though. Are you sure? If something's bothering you, I'm here to help you sort it out. Emi laughs then, but it's not her usual laugh. There's an edge to it that seems almost bitter.
Sort it out? I'm not sure it can be sorted out, Hisao.
An almost grim smile crosses her lips. It's like a smile of resignation.
I don't think you could help me anyway.
That hurts. I don't want to say that it hurts to her, but it does. Doesn't she realize I want to be there for her when things go wrong? Well, I won't push you on the matter. But I'm here for you if you decide later that you'd like to talk about it. It might help. I can see the debate raging behind Emi's eyes. It seems like she wants to tell me, but she's not sure whether or not she can. Hey, forget about it for now, okay? We've got running to do. Why did that piano come in so loudly? The mention of running, something that she can handle, brings Emmy back to her usual self.
Right. Hurry up and stretch out, Isao. We've got to get moving.
She takes off like a shot, far quicker than I'm used to. Still, I try to keep pace with her, recklessly testing my limits. It gives me a feeling of freedom, like my heart is no longer important. I find myself wanting to laugh, filled with the feeling of moving beyond what I once called my boundaries. The nurse's warnings not to overdo things echo in my mind, and I disregard them. This feeling I have, this willingness to risk a heart attack for something so trivial as a morning run, feels out of character for me. But is it? Or rather, should it be? I've got a weak heart, sure. It'll never be capable of the kind of speed and endurance Emmy's capable of. Though I probably wouldn't be able to get that good even if I had a healthy heart. As we round the final bend, I feel my legs screaming in protest, but for the first time I ignore them. I accelerate to finish at a sprint, nearly catching up to Emmy. That was never going to happen, of course. Still, I feel surprisingly good. Oh sure, my legs feel like they're about to catch fire, and I'm having trouble staying upright. But there's been a shift of some sort today. And it's all thanks to the girl grinning at the finish line, waiting for me. That felt a little faster than usual. My comment is met with a grin and a shrug.
Can't have you think I was going to go soft on you now, can I? But you managed to handle it just fine.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Still feeling the high from the run and moved by a surge of gratitude, I seize Emmy in a hug. Thanks. Really, I'm not just saying that. I'm in your debt. She's like, okay. Emmy seems flustered by my words, squirming uncomfortably.
Don't be a silly, Hisao. Someone had to haul you out here, didn't they? And it's not like you're doing anything for me, right? I needed a running partner, remember?
I shake my head, still pointedly not letting go of Emmy, who stops squirming and merely looks up at me with a quickly deepening blush that almost seems out of character. No, that's not true. You wanted a running partner, but you didn't need one. If I hadn't shown up the day after the festival, you would still run, right? But it doesn't work the other way around. I only managed to make it out a few times before the festival. And without you, I probably wouldn't have made it out at all after that. Aww. Emmy smiles at me and prods my chest with one finger.
You are pretty lazy, Isao.
Hey, I was giving you a compliment!
Well, you're welcome, I guess.
I'll pay you back somehow.
Oh, well, that's not necessary, you know? I mean, I kinda like you, Isao. And being able to run with you in the mornings isn't exactly a bad deal for me either, so...
For someone who gets so much praise, she seems unused to gratitude. I can't think of anything else to say, so we fall silent. I become aware of Emmy's breathing, of the dampness of her clothing, and of the scent of her. Coming off of anyone else, it would stink. Coming off of Emmy, it fits her in a way nothing else could. Her skin is cool, slick with sweat, and a breeze causes goosebumps to rise. Almost without thinking about it, I lean down and meet Emmy's mouth, which has already moved to meet my own. Her lips are soft, and she hums happily as we kiss, sending vibrations from her mouth to mine. There's a startling rightness to everything about this moment. We fit one another perfectly. The kiss ends, and I finally let my arms drop back to my sides. Emmy is smiling warmly at me and giggles again.
Come on, Asao. We better go see the nurse.
Then it happens. As she turns to begin walking, she gives out a tiny yelp and stumbles forward. Emmy! Oh shit. I leap to steady her and notice with some concern that she's favoring the same leg as last night. Your leg! Emmy seems panicked and pushes away from me.
It's fine!
My expression must seem hurt because she hastens to apologize.
Sorry. Didn't mean to push you like that. I was just...
She stumbles for something to say.
It's nothing, really.
Hey, don't worry about it. She's so flustered, I decide to shrug the whole thing off. But there's a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach now that won't go away. I try to step in and help her, and she pushed me away. Smiling, I shove those thoughts to the back of my mind and concentrate on Emmy. I just don't want you getting hurt, that's all.
You don't have to worry about me, honest. I'm fine.
Yes, you say that, but I don't believe you. Why won't you tell me what's wrong? It's like she gets offended by my trying to help. What am I supposed to make of that? Well, we're gonna have to tell the nurse because I'm not letting my girlfriend do that. Nuh-uh, no way. I don't care if I don't like nuh-uh. I don't know what's going on. I'm worried. I'm still trying to sort out what happened on the track as we arrive in front of the nurse's office. Emmy raises her hand to knock, hesitates, and turns to me smiling guiltily.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Of course.
Can you tell the nurse that I'll see him later? I just remembered that I've got some stuff to take care of before class. So I really need to get moving.
I peer at her closely, and she fidgets under my stare. Yeah, she's clearly just avoiding the nurse. That leg of hers. Well, whatever. I said I'd help, and so I will. But I'll make damn sure she sees the nurse before the day's out. Yeah, okay. I'll let him know. Emmy looks like I've just given her a pony on Christmas.
Thank you so much! You're the best, Asao!
I'm rewarded for my complicity in her lie by a kiss that makes it all worth it. Or so I tell myself. No, don't fall for it! Don't! As Emmy heads out of the building, trying hard not to let her limp show, I knock on the door of the office. Ah, Asao, come on in. I don't see Emmy with you. She's not sick again, is she? Just making sure it's the same scene. From the tone of his voice, I don't think the nurse is expecting me to say, yes, she's ill. She said that she'd forgotten to do something, and so she had to skip out, but she'll see you later today. The nurse heaves an exasperated sigh. Honestly, that girl... She's been avoiding me. Yesterday, she was in and out of here without even taking off her prosthetics. And now this. Well, at least it's not just me Emmy doesn't want worrying. That's a comfort, I guess. Still, I feel like I should say something about her leg. I said I'd lie for her, but she really needs to see him. Now that you mention it, she was limping pretty badly today. And last night as well. The nurse's eyes narrow at the words last night. And what exactly were you two doing last night? We were, on a date. The nurse raises his eyebrows as if surprised. Really? Interesting. Huh? Oh, nothing. His gaze turns thoughtful, and then he grins at me. You don't think you could use some of that boyfriend charm to get her to come see me today, could you? Of course. I was planning on doing that anyway. I think she's really hurt and just pretending she isn't. Yes, she does that. Afraid I'll make her stop running. Will you? I don't like to, but if it's bad enough that she's been limping, well, I guess I'll have to see what's wrong for myself before I can make that call. I see. Emmy not allowed to run? Perish the thought. I don't know if she'd be able to function without running. No wonder she's reluctant to admit anything's wrong. Excuse me. Well, I'll make sure she sees you. Good. Oh my, good. Oh, and before I forget... He grins at me again in what feels like a vaguely threatening manner. Don't forget that I know what medications you're on! Basically being like, if you ever hurt her, I'll fucking kill you. You be careful around Emmy, got it? Wow. He looks serious, too. Got it. Don't hurt Emmy. Wouldn't dream of it. Grand! I'd hate for you to be late. Huh? Late, as in the late Hassan Nakai. He frowns briefly, dissatisfied. Sounded better in my head. Well, at any rate. Get out of here before you miss your first class. You've got things to do, I'm sure. Shoo! As I leave, I notice the nurse pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Mako, your daughter's being a pain in the ass again. You need to talk to her. Uh-oh. Gotta call mommy. I'd better head back to my room, or I really will be late. Hey, wasn't he supposed to check my heart rate? Oh, fuck it. Oh, boy. Damn it, I did it again. The lunch bell's... Okay, I needed to do that. I think my throat is starting to get sore. Again. Even though it's not even been 2 hours. The lunch bell sounds, and I bring myself out of the stupor I slipped into during the morning's classes. My lack of sleep last night, coupled with the increased pace of this morning's run, has left me a little exhausted. Despite that, I find myself skipping stairs up to the roof. There's a thrill of excitement now, in addition to the pleasure one gets from eating lunch with one's friends. True, both Emmy and Rin are still my friends, but Emmy has become more than that now. Rin is back in her usual spot on the roof, almost as if she'd never been absent. Feeling better, I take it? A raised eyebrow is my reward for speaking. Better than what? Better than you felt yesterday. Rin gives my question some serious thought. I'm not sure. I think I might have felt rather good for some of you yesterday, but it's all fuzzy. I don't remember what Rin's voice was. It's fine. Too much cold medicine? Well, I was asleep, and that usually is pretty good. But I can't remember what it feels like to be asleep, because I'm not conscious for it. It's a real problem. Then again, if I knew how good it felt, I might not sleep anymore. But this way I keep trying, so I guess that's how I can keep from being overtired. An eternal mystery to help you sleep an eternal mystery to keep you sleeping at night. Maybe mystery's the wrong word. Intangibility might be the proper way to describe it. I see. No, I don't see it all. I have no idea what she's talking about, but that's okay, since I rarely do. Do you remember what sleeping feels like? Like yesterday. Do you remember what you felt like sleeping yesterday? Well, I actually didn't get a lot of sleep yesterday. Maybe that's because you remember subconsciously. Actually, I think I was worrying about Emmy. Doesn't Emmy worry enough about herself? I hadn't considered that, but it gives me pause. True, But would she ask for help if she needed it? Rin frowns, and I raise an eyebrow. Will I get a proper answer? Probably not. Is there something she should be asking for help with? Her leg, for starters. This seems to catch Rin's interest. Leg? It's hurt, but she won't see the nurse about it. Rin shakes her head in disapproval. You have to make her. Like she makes me go to class, for her own good. Otherwise she could lose her legs again, and that's just too weird. Losing things twice. Especially if you don't find them again to begin with. Unless prosthetics are the same as finding something. But that's a different kind of lost, isn't it? I think so. I wonder.
Wonder what?
Hi, babe! Emmy seems to have snuck up on Rin and me, though Rin doesn't seem especially surprised. Which is itself unsurprising, I suppose. Rin manages to sit herself upright quite expertly, throwing her upper body forward and using her momentum to right herself. Your leg. How's it feel? That earns me a frown and a bit of a glare.
It's okay, I think. Not worth worrying about.
Tell that to the nurse. He's quite insistent that you visit him, you know? Emmy pouts like I've just told her she's been grounded.
He worries too much. It's not a big deal, just a little soreness.
I try to resist rolling my eyes in exasperation. If it's nothing, then you should have no problem seeing him, right? Emmy narrows her eyes suspiciously.
Did he put you up to this?
Well, maybe. A little. But that's not the point. I would have reminded you to see him anyway. It would be terrible to see you really hurt and not doing anything about it. That would make it worse, and I don't really want to see you hurt, you know? Call me crazy, but I kind of would prefer to see you happy and healthy. With each statement, Emmy's frown fades a little more, until eventually she's grinning, albeit a little shyly.
Well, if you're going to put it that way, then I guess I'll have to see him. Otherwise, you'll keep worrying, and then I'll never hear the end of it, right?
That's right. I'll keep bugging you about it, and that might put a damper on our dates. How's the food, Asao? Talk to the nurse, Emmy. How was your day, Asao? Talk to the nurse, Emmy. Asao, I think I'm ready to go all the way. Talk to the nurse, Emmy! See? It doesn't work that well. Emmy giggles at my high-pitched rendition of her own voice and gives me an affectionate shove. Well, I can't do that. So you're just gonna have to take it as it is.
My voice isn't that high, jerk.
Well, unfortunately, the person who's voicing me is that high. I thought it was pretty accurate. Okay, that was a weird pause. Emmy and I stare at Rin for a while before I burst into laughter. Emmy crosses her arms and huffs, mock offended.
You're both jerks.
Such vile the fuck is that word? Calumnies? Such vile calumnies from you, young woman. I'm stunned that you would call me, of all people, a jerk. Honestly, I don't know what to think. Emmy sticks her tongue out at me.
You ass. So, Rin, how's the art club these days?
Rin, seemingly as surprised by this sudden change of topic as I am, takes a minute to think before answering. I believe it's okay. Although Nomiya keeps telling me to work harder. But I don't think he understands my methods.
He always struck me as slightly creepy.
Rin ponders this statement for a while. I've never really noticed. but I don't pay much attention to him most days, so maybe that's why. How often do you meet?
Thinking of joining, Hisao?
What? No, I've already decided to join a club.
Really? Which one?
Well, it's not really much of a club, to be honest.
Oh, you joined the tea club?
No, I, joined the science club, I think. Emmy looks highly confused.
We have a science club?
Not really. It's just me.
Hey, Sal, that's not a club. That's sitting in your room reading books.
No, I mean, it's just me and Muto. I'm just the only student so far.
Muto? Really?
A thought strikes her.
Oh, is that what you were talking about yesterday? Your meeting with Muto?
Yeah, that was our first meeting, I guess. Emmy giggles.
Nerd.
Hey, I can't help being clever.
You know, I could have used your help years ago. You should have had your heart attack earlier in life, Isao.
I don't know if I would say that. I laugh, and then realize this is probably one of the very rare times I've laughed about my heart attack. Hindsight.
Yeah.
The ringing of the bell ends our conversation. Did we even eat? Guess we better go.
Yeah, I guess so. Come on, Rin. You too.
Rin has apparently begun to doze off, so Emmy gives her a sharp bump. I almost had it.
Sorry, but you need to go to class.
I disagree, but maybe if I nap in class, I'll get it this time. Jesus Christ, you scared me, Sushi. Changing location is sometimes helpful for that kind of thing. Neither Emmy nor I bother asking what it is. It's the feeling of sleeping! As we arrive at my classroom, Emmy gives me a quick kiss and heads down the hallway, Rin in tow. Oh, hi! I turn to enter the classroom to be met by the duo of Shizune and Misha. Hi, you two. Misha seems to be fighting a losing battle to keep from breaking into a fit of giggles while she translates Shizune's latest rant.
Well, we are pleased, nay thrilled, to see how well you've managed to make new friends and forge relationships, and with such a cutie too, Hichan. Hichan?
I think that last part was probably Misha.
We nevertheless feel compelled to politely remind you that public displays of affection are strictly forbidden. Really? That's disappointing, Chichan. By Section 8 of the Code of Conduct laid out in the student handbook.
It is just a quick kiss. It is a peck on the cheeks/lips. We're not doing anything indecent.
In this case, however, ignorance of the law may be your excuse, as we are feeling lenient, and the paperwork required to punish the both of you would only add to the already mountainous volume of work which confronts us, the sole members of the student council, and besides, you two are adorable together! Therefore, consider this a formal warning, and please refrain from such displays in the future. At least when Shizune can see you, Hichan. Shizune can...
This whole spiel is so patently ridiculous that I can't help but reply in the same pompous manner. Well, I, for one, feel enlightened. I apologize profusely for my rash actions and will strive to contain my baser impulses which, I fear, impel me towards such inappropriate displays of public affection. It is hardly my wish to burden an already overworked student council with such petty matters, and will do my best to make sure your lives are easier in this matter in the future. At least when Shizune is watching. This last line is delivered with a wink to Misha, who finally loses control of her laughter.
Well said, Ichan!
Chuckling a little myself, we enter the classroom. Let's go! Scene change again! Oh, never mind! Class is uneventful, and after the final bell rings, I find myself alone with Muto again. So, it looks like we've all assembled for the second meeting of the science club. Or is it the first? What do you think? Should we count yesterday as a meeting? Well, we did form the club yesterday, didn't we? That seems like club business, so we can safely call yesterday a meeting. Muto smiles in his usual stilted and awkward way. I wonder if the muscles in his face are just not shaped correctly to let him smile naturally. What? You really do have a knack for this, I think. Logical thought processes, that is. I guess so? A scientist speaks with authority, Sal. The answer here is yes, I do. When the world wants to know how it works, we tell it. Even if all we've got is a decent hypothesis. But we must sound certain anyway, because we're the authorities on the subject, right? If we don't speak certain, no one's gonna believe us. He chuckles, to go along with his awkward smile at his awkward joke. I'm doing my best not to grimace, but I don't think I'm being too successful. That's entirely false, of course. Okay. We know a lot, sure, but nobody's an expert on how the world works, if only because nobody can be sure. With no certainty, there are no experts. But we like to pretend sometimes. There are some things we can be certain of, right? Yes, but no. We know gravity's there, for example. To illustrate, Muto picks up a pencil and drops it. Oh, I guess we're here for a quick impromptu science lesson, everybody. Let's learn about how physics works. See? Still there. But it's good to check every once in a while. What do you mean? The way we can check if gravity is still working is if we start floating up to the ceiling. That's why you'll still see researchers mucking about with gravity. We're pretty sure we know how it works, but there's always a chance that something isn't how we think it is. So you check and check and check. That's science in a nutshell, Hisao. Well, I know that much. You repeat experiments to make sure that the results produced now are pretty much the same as before. Hopefully. The whole time I've listened feeling rather spellbound. Muto seems to be really passionate about this stuff. I think. It's hard to tell sometimes. How the world works. How humans work. How the universe works. All these questions to be answered. And, depending on what I go into, maybe I could even figure out a way to fix my heart. That said, I don't think that's a real priority for me. Maybe I could even figure out a way to fix my heart. Well, first of all, you need to go to med school for that. That's, I was gonna say biology. What is this? I mean, I know it's like medicals. What is the cardiology? That's it. I was like, what is that? What is the research of hearts? It's cardiology. Besides, that's 8 years of school, not to mention whatever specialist field you need to go for hearts. Besides, as we start discussing the book he gave me yesterday, I find myself more and more interested in that than my heart condition. Yay! Before we even realize that an hour's gone by. Well, let's call this meeting over for now, okay? We'll have another meeting tomorrow, or, the day after. It's like we can't even... We are so poorly made. We're so poorly organized. We can't even figure out when we're gonna meet next. Well, then again, don't school clubs in Japan meet basically every day anyway? Or am I just crazy? He considers this for a moment. Call it the day after. I've got a lot of grading to do. Okay, see you then. Bye, sensei. Sayonara, sensei. Well, actually, it's not sayonara. It's like... Watashita ne, sensei. As I exit the classroom, I realize that I don't really have anything to do tonight. Emmy and I didn't make plans, so I guess I'll go to the library. It beats doing homework in my room anyway. The library always seems cooler than the rest of the building. Up, down, and up again. Oh boy. Probably to keep the books from getting damaged by excessive heat and humidity. Books are sturdy objects, but if you want to keep them in good condition, it takes a little effort. I've got several books that are so well worn the pages are barely clinging to the spine. That's how you know that's a good book. It seems impossible for them to still be usable, but if you handle them with care... I make my way to the main desk, where I spot Yuko busying herself with something or another. She smiles at me as I enter in waves.
Hello, Hisao. Good to see you again. What are you looking for this time?
Nothing in particular, I guess. I just didn't really feel like going back to my room is all. Yuko nods.
Well, if you're unoccupied, maybe you could help me look for something.
Sure, what do you need? Yuko brings a finger to her lips and looks around furtively. She seems to be looking for eavesdroppers.
Come closer.
I take a few hesitant steps forward while feeling distinctly unnerved. Yuko lowers her voice to a confidential whisper.
I'm on the trail of the Yamaku cat burglar.
The what?
Shh! The walls have ears, Hisao! Or they might. But listen, those missing books, remember them?
Yeah?
Well, they weren't missing. They were stolen. I'm convinced of it.
I remember you saying something at the store earlier, but how do you know? Yuko leans in closer and, if possible, whispers even lower.
Because I found one of his hiding places.
You did what? Yuko looks triumphant.
Found one of his stashes. It was under one of the stairwells in the boys' dorm. 3 books I've been looking for, all there. I'd suspected a thief before, but this proves it.
So, did you take back the books? Yuko looks as if I've just suggested she walk around naked.
Are you nuts? He can't know I'm onto him. He might go to ground and evade capture.
Huh. So what do you need my help with then? Yuko casts another glance around the library and leans in closer.
You've got a spy for me.
Spy?
Yeah, like when you're in the dorms, you know? Keep an eye out for any suspicious activity.
What constitutes suspicious anyway? I mean, Kenji's a pretty suspicious dude, but I'll wager he barely goes to class, much less sneaks into the library to pilfer books. Still, what's the harm in saying yes? At the least it'll get me out of this weird conversation. Yeah, I can do that. No problem. Yuko straightens up and claps excitedly.
Great! Now, hurry up and talk about something else in case someone comes in. How's the school treating you?
Pretty well, actually. I've been running in the mornings with...
Emi Ibarazaki, right?
Yeah. How'd you know?
I served you two in the tea house, remember? I deduced that if you were going to run with anyone, it would probably be her.
She looks pleased with herself. Impressive. Anyway, yes, we've been running in the mornings. And, we kinda started dating. Yuko claps her hands together excitedly.
Really? That's great! I'll bet you two are great together. I love seeing people find one another like that, you know? I even thought to myself when you walked into the Shanghai that one time, I wonder if that kid will wind up with one of those girls.
Really? Yuko doesn't seem to notice my somewhat weirded out tone and nods affirmatively.
Yep, I could tell that you'd wind up with one of them, you know? I've got an eye for that sort of thing. Of course.
Her expression droops slightly.
I'm not so good at it myself.
Aw, I'm sure that's not true.
Oh, it's true. I met this guy once. We got along really great, but it turned out he was younger than me. And that was kind of weird, but not terribly so. What was really weird was that he disappeared one day, and I've not seen him since then.
Huh. That does seem kind of odd.
Doesn't it? I hope it wasn't something I did.
I feel compelled to reassure her. I'm sure it wasn't. Oh, hello. I intend to try and calm her down further, but the both of us jump in surprise at the ringing suddenly coming from my pocket. Yuko sighs to steady herself as I pull the phone from my pocket. I feel a little sheepish for indirectly causing the incident. Emmy, what's up?
Oh, thank God, I haven't called your phone before, so I didn't know if this number would work or whether you would pick up, and I can't...
Whoa there, Emmy. Slow down. What's wrong? There's a pause on the other side of the line, during which I can hear Emmy trying to control her breathing in order to calm down. Something's got her terribly agitated, and it's starting to agitate me.
Can you stop by? Like, now? Or shortly after now? I really, really need to talk to you.
There's a tone of pleading in the last sentence that I don't think I've ever heard from her. Of course, I'll be right there. Hold steady, okay? In my increasingly agitated state, I've apparently started saying things that don't quite make sense.
Okay, I'll be okay.
See you soon. I pressed the button to end the call before slipping the phone back into my pocket, apologized to Yuko for running off, and run off. Oh, something's wrong with my girlfriend. Something's wrong with my baby girl. Perhaps at some point I would have stopped to think about the time, or how suspicious it looks for a guy to enter the girls' dorm at this hour. Except right now, I'm just concerned with getting to Emmy and finding out what's wrong and how I can help her. I knock on the door and am greeted with a subdued, "Come in." Something is very wrong as I stare at the scene before me. Emmy's there, yes. But she's in a wheelchair. And her legs are missing. I glance around the room and see them sitting in a corner, looking like they've been thrown there. Hey, babe, what's going on? Emmy responds to my entrance with a lopsided grin that is both pleased to see me and completely, utterly heartbroken.
Hi, Sal.
It looks like she's been crying, but if she was, she's stopped now. I notice that I'm a little out of breath, having taken the stairs 2 at a time in order to get here. My heart doesn't seem to mind the strain, though. I file this happy fact away for later consideration. Like when I'm not staring somewhat dumbstruck at my girlfriend in a wheelchair. Realizing I've still not responded to her greeting, my brain lurches into gear. Emmy? What happened?
Guess I should have listened to you, Sal. My leg's got a nasty infection. I'm not allowed to run on it for at least a couple of weeks.
Oh. It's okay. We can get through it. I mean, it's only for a couple weeks. She gives a better laugh that shouldn't be coming from her.
I can't even walk on it. I could have used a crutch and kept one of my legs, but I didn't see the point. Why hop? You can't run on one leg. At least this way I can still, I don't know, roll fast or something.
Yeah, that's good, right? My awkward attempt to look on the bright side seems appreciated, but not really effective. Emmy shrugs again.
It's just kind of a nuisance. I mean, we can't even eat up on the roof now. No wheelchair access.
Yeah, but that's not a big deal, right? I mean, we can still eat together, and that's the important thing. That lopsided grin again. It hurts to look at.
I suppose so, yeah. But like I said, it's a nuisance. I mean, I haven't really used a wheelchair in...
She thinks for a minute.
Maybe 7 years? Something like that anyway. A long time. I'm afraid I'm a bit out of practice.
Well, fortunately it's only temporary, right? Emmy nods.
Oh yeah, of course. It's not like I've lost him permanently. But it's a pain in the ass all the same.
I nod sympathetically. There's not much else I can do after all. Oh boy. I mean, to be fair, that would suck. That would suck. But hey, it's temporary. You just gotta get through it. What am I gonna do? Say, I told you so? Although I did tell her to get that leg looked at. But by the time I noticed, it was too late anyway. Do you need help with anything? That is, can I help with anything? Emmy shakes her head, and there's a bit of her usual grin back.
Nah, I can manage fine by myself. Although, if you want to help me over to my bed, it would save me the trouble of rolling over there myself.
I blush in spite of myself. Emmy giggles. Dun, dun, dun. Is this what I think it is?
You're such a prude, Asao.
I'm not a prude. I just wouldn't want to take advantage of a young woman such as yourself. It's ungentlemanly. But here, I can help you into the bed. I wheel Emmy's chair to her bed and easily scoop her up and deposit her there. She quickly sorts herself out and sits on the side. She's actually a little heavier than she looks. It would be rude of me to observe this aloud, of course. Man, you're kind of heavy. You still say it anyway. Emmy hits me with a pillow.
Ass.
Just saying is all. Must be all that running. I mean, they do say that, like, muscle is heavier than fat. So, and it wouldn't surprise me if Emmy's, like, got some pretty toned muscles from her running. Actually, I know that's the leg muscles. What about, like, her... She would have to. I mean, she stretches pretty often. Like, and I know stretches aren't there to build up muscle, but there has to be something. Like, she's got to be pretty firm. At the mention of running, Emmy's grin falters slightly.
Huh, well, I guess I won't have to worry about that for a bit, huh? Maybe I'll lose some weight.
That's what you do to lose weight, right? Cease physical activity? Not really.
I'm pretty sure that's what the nurse would recommend.
Speaking of which, are you still going to be showing up in the mornings? I'd hate to run a look.
Ah, shit.
Emmy's sudden interjection, more a disquieted muttering than anything too profane, causes me to look over in shock. She's leaning forward, trying to cover the fact that she's crying by covering her eyes with a hand. Of course, the subdued sobbing makes it pretty obvious that she's crying. Hey, I'm sorry. Forget I said anything, okay? I place a hand gingerly around her and pull her close. I could think of nothing else to say or do. How do you comfort someone who's just lost their legs again? It'll be okay. It'll be fine. I know it sucks, but you'll be okay. Emmy wraps me in a hug and stays that way for a while. Sorry. I'm pretty bad at this whole comforting thing, I guess.
Don't say that. I'm fine, really.
Her voice is slightly muffled by my chest. I pat her head reassuringly. That's the spirit, right? You'll get through this fine, I know it. Besides, I'm here to help you, remember? Emi lifts her head and stares at me with tear-stained eyes.
Can you? Can you really?
She's grinning lopsidedly, and something sparkles in her gaze. I can't tell if I'm being mocked or not. Of course. I mean, sure, you're a bit heavy, but... My witty comment is cut off by the sudden press of Emi's lips on mine. I'm caught off guard, and I'm rewarded by hitting my head on the wall behind her bed. Ow. Emi pulls back, trying to look concerned rather than like she's about to laugh.
Are you okay? Sorry.
I rub my head ruefully and grin back at her. Caught me off guard there. Is that going to become a habit? Am I going to be lectured by Shizune and Misha more? At the mention of the duo, Emi giggles. Da, 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 da. Like, honestly, this is a really good song, Letting My Heart Speak.
Honestly, those two. If I didn't know why, I'd be utterly confused as to why she hangs around with someone so bossy.
Which one are we talking about?
You know exactly which one, Hisao. Misha's hardly bossy.
So what's the reason, then?
Huh?
The reason why Misha hangs around Shizune? Emi waves my question off with a smile. We actually do find that out in Shizune's route.
No idea.
I see.
Anyway, you seem to be forgetting the original question, don't you?
Oh yeah, I guess I am. You wouldn't mind giving a guy a little warning, would you? Otherwise, I'm liable to wind up with a concussion. I emphasize the point by rubbing at the back of my head. Emi giggles madly.
You could wear a helmet. Some kids here do, you know.
Or I could just take revenge! I grab a pillow from beside me and whack Emi over the head. Emi topples off the bed and lands on the floor with a thump. Her arms promptly reappear on the bed, and she manages to pull herself back up. She really has a surprising amount of strength in that little body. Again, she's probably got muscles there, Hisao! This is a girl that is known to stretch, run, and probably squat. Her face is turned downwards and away from mine, making me think I might have accidentally hurt her. Emi? You okay? You didn't hit your... A hand shoots up and grabs my collar. She pulls me in with a sharp tug, her face now barely an inch away from mine as she grins cheekily. Emi? She gives me a sharp headbutt, our foreheads making quite a loud thud. I deserve that. I sit back and rub my now sore head as Emi smirks victoriously.
How's that for revenge?
No fair! You can't take revenge for revenge! For someone missing most of her legs, Emi's surprisingly agile. No shit, Hisao! I swipe at her, but she definitely rolls out of the way and lands a hit with her pillow. Of course, the odds are against her. I can stand up for starters. Oof! Oh, this is compromising. This is that scene. That smirk. Guess I can after all. Emi seems to have effectively tripped me up and is now sitting primely astride me as I lay on my back. I'm not even sure how she managed it.
I win!
Her eyes twinkle mischievously. I've been thoroughly defeated, and by a girl that's a fraction of my size at that. Then again, being defeated doesn't seem quite so bad. Emi being positioned over my waist isn't something that I, or my body, can ignore easily. I open my lips to speak, but Emi's head darts downwards before I can get so much as a word out. I give no resistance as she presses her mouth to mine. Not that I'd want to. This is different somehow. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Oh, so I'm gonna spoil it right now. This is the first sex scene. I don't think there's gonna be as much censoring, but there is a point where I am gonna have to censor, because I remember one of these CGs, it's gonna be Emmy topless. And I can't show a bare nipple on YouTube. So, let's see. Thing is, do I want to call the beginning of the scene here, or do I go back, or do I go forward a little more? Okay, I'll go forward a little more before I'm like, okay, this is probably where people might want to skip. She pulls back, nips at my lower lip, and reinitiates the embrace. Her tongue darts inside my mouth, exploring. Oh. I can feel a warmth spreading through my body as my heart begins to beat faster. Oh! Okay, I'm gonna go in the chat right now and say, fuck, I can't. There we go. Alright, so, future VOD watchers, this is where the, start of the first NSFW scene is. If you do not want to, watch it, or if you want to skip it, please wait until I get to that point, and I'll put in the chat, when it has ended. So, yeah, please be careful! Alright. My mind starts to go foggy, and I become vaguely aware of my hand traveling up Emmy's blouse. Emmy gasps as I reach her breast. Then there's a giggle, and then I'm also gonna fucking, have my cursor hover over the, window capture button, just in case. Because, again, there's gonna be a point where Emmy is topless, and I don't want to get banned because there's a second of a nipple. So you're gonna be hearing, So you're gonna be hearing my spacebar go. Okay. Okay, it's not inappropriate yet. I stare up at a grinning Emmy.
Told you! That makes my second win now!
What? That doesn't count. You used feminine wiles.
All's fair in love and war, right? Ha! And you're even blushing! I didn't know you were a blusher, Sal.
You were blushing too, you know. Probably because of your prudish ways. Even I've got to admit, this is a stupid thing to say. Even I've got to admit this is a stupid thing to say to a woman who is currently straddling me and has been, up until a few seconds ago, playing tonsil hockey with me. That is an interesting way of describing making out. Oh, whoops.
A prude, am I? Well then, let's see who blushes first, shall we?
I'm not sure whether the tone of her voice terrifies or arouses me, but that question is quickly made rather moot. Oh shit! Okay! Okay! You might have gotten a frame of that, because I was not expecting that, but you know what? I don't think a frame is gonna kill me. Alright, I'm gonna get an image real quick. Because, yeah, this is gonna be a pretty boring thing. I'm just gonna name this as censor. Can I even find it? I think I do have an image available. Shit. I don't know which is this. Alright, please forgive me for a moment. I gotta actually look for an apropos image to make sure that I can put something up here. Okay, it's that image. Alright, that's the image I'm thinking of. Yeah, this is just so you guys are not looking at a blank screen. There we go. Take the picture of a cat. I mean, it's quite appropriate, ain't it? It's a pussycat. Alright. An emotion of practice eased, she peels her blouse off and tosses it carelessly aside. Her bra and skirt quickly follow it onto the floor. Oh, and we're also, let me see here. Yeah, we're also shirtless, by the way. Oh boy.
Ha!
I fight the urge to blush. It's a rather hard task. I mean, she's got a nice body, I will say that. Escalation, is it? My own shirt follows suit, albeit with some difficulty thanks to my position. Emmy mock yawns.
You'll have to try harder than that. Ah!
Oh, okay. Okay. My hands gently caress Emmy's bare skin, causing her to shiver. It would seem that my hands are acting on their own again. If our position had let me, I'd have probably finished her undressing for her. I start to say something about how Emmy's starting to blush, but both of us are very rapidly reaching the edge of something very barely holding us back. Conversation grinds to a halt, and I feel my arms losing energy. Oh, here's the sex music. We didn't get this in Hanako's route. Neither of us, however, is prepared for this sudden new sensation. That face! That definitely looks like the face of someone who is turned on. An indescribable heat surges through me, coming from both myself and, it seems, Emmy as well. With one hand on my chest to steady herself, and another holding mine to make sure that I can't have my way with her body again, she looks quite pleased with herself. And then, after a moment's hesitation, she moves. And she moves again. And again. As she moves, Emmy's breath hitches. My breathing is starting to come faster, and more raggedly as well. So, I want to make it clear. Emmy still has her underwear on, and Hisao still has his pants on. So it's not like the genitalia is touching. Emmy's body shivers and shudders against mine, and I can feel her starting to lose her balance. It must be harder for her to keep steady because she's missing her legs. I steady her as best as I can, cupping my hands around her backside. It's firm and taut. Makes sense considering how much she runs. The potential power in those muscles makes them flex as she responds to my touch. What I failed to take into account is the fact that my attempt to steady Emmy kind of slides her forward and, well, it feels amazing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna turn off the heater for this because I'm gonna fucking die. Her panties slide easily against my trousers, and it doesn't take long for us to figure out a rhythm. But Emmy refuses to keep to it, going now fast, now slow, now pausing for what feels like an eternity. I'm not sure whether she's doing this to toy with me, or if it's to make her feel better, but I'm well past caring. I mean, it probably feels good to have something rubbing up against her, huh? The heat between us is growing more intense, and I can't hold back a gasp. The noise only seems to drive Emmy along. I begin to punctuate her movements with some of my own, which causes her modest breasts to bounce in time with my movements. Her breath begins to come faster as we continue, my own breathing becoming equally quick. With her eyes closed, her lips purse expectantly. I just managed to lift myself up for a few moments. Our mouths seeking one another, her chest sliding against mine as our sweat mingles. As I flop back down, my trousers are soaked with sweat. I would take them off if it didn't mean stopping what we're doing. And I don't want to stop what we're doing. stop this growing pressure, this tickling in the back of my brain. Emmy is sliding faster and faster, panting heavily, her voice seemingly unable to convey what she's feeling. Her body, on the other hand, is doing a fine job. Yep. Suddenly, she moves a little more erratically as my own breath hitches in my throat, ending in a final desperate thrust that sends me over the edge into a surging feeling I didn't know existed. It just fades to white! My mind blanks, fills with white noise, and I succumb to the feeling of climax. For a few seconds, everything else in the world falls away, except for this amazing feeling of Emmy and I, together. And then, it passes. The white noise clears, and I'm left staring up into the eyes of the girl atop me. For a few minutes, neither of us speaks. The sound of our breathing fills the room, our chests heaving from the experience. She eventually, reluctantly, shifts off of me and sits against the wall. I join her. So the sex is over, but Emmy is still topless, so the censor's gonna remain. And technically, I wouldn't consider this the end of the NSFW scene. I think we still got a little bit to go before I'm like, okay, I feel comfortable now.
So, did I blush?
I didn't notice. Did I? Emmy shrugs, still breathing a little heavily.
Didn't notice either.
Well, maybe we should... I need to use your window. So Rin just popped into the room to say hello. And keep in mind, Emmy and I are still topless. My first instinct is to hide, but then I realize that I'm still utterly exhausted and sitting next to a topless Emmy, so there's no running anyway. Her face! Rin's eyes pass over Emmy and me and focus on the window. There was a cloud.
A cloud?
Rin nods.
I was watching it from my window, but it didn't stay in my window. So I need to use your window.
Emmy shifts a little, causing me to cough in order to cover up a giggle of my own.
How long do you need the window for? We're, busy.
Well, we just got done doing one round. You saying you want to go another? This time, I can't contain my laughter. Rin ignores both Emmy and me and peers out the window. Her shoulders slump, and she looks disappointed. It changed into something else. Disappointing. Emmy is having trouble keeping a straight face. Honestly, it makes sense that... The funny thing is like, Rin is not at all, like, bothered by the fact that, like, oh, my friend and my two friends were having sex. And they're now topless in front of me. I mean, I guess, like, to be fair, it's not like she can... I mean, to be fair, she's probably... I mean, to Hisao, probably doesn't... It's, like, not much to her. And to Emmy, something tells me they've showered together, probably. So, Rin's probably used to seeing Emmy naked.
Sorry to hear that, Rin. Can we have a little privacy now, please?
It just leaves! Rin shrugs, as if to say, can you? And hugs her foot around the door, pulling it closed behind her. We both dissolve into raucous laughter, unable to deal with Rin's bizarrely timed visit any other way. After our laughter dies down, I look to Emmy. We're both a total mess. Well. Emmy raises an eyebrow.
Well?
Again? Shit, okay. Emmy grins and laughs, and then she nods.
We should probably ditch the clothes this time.
Hey! First scene over. Alright, I think it's safe again. Alright, let me put in the chat. There we go. So just over 10 minutes. Actually, how many minutes was that? Almost 15, so... You know, I forgot that... Alright, I think now's a good time for a break. It's just been over 2.5 hours. But yeah, and I think that's a perfect place for a break. So let me save real quick. Alright, let's see how far we're in. 38%. Oh no. It's that scene too? You're gonna find out what this scene is. God, I can't believe it. It's that scene as well. Shit. I cannot believe it's that quick. Alright. Oh wait, what the fuck am I doing? I could just do this. That was pretty funny though. It's like, oh shit! I love that. Sorry, I saw my own stream on the YouTube thing and it has the picture of the cat still on it. What do I want to play? What do I want to play? Is there anything I have? Stop, Sushi. You don't need to be up next to me. Let's see, what do I want to play? Stop! Sushi, go! Yeah, I guess we could have this again. Okay. Whew. I mean, I knew we were gonna reach the first one. I didn't think we were gonna reach the second NSFW scene. Cause yeah, that's the other the second sex scene is already upon us. I did not expect that. But hey, we can. That's a problem for next hour Airi to deal with. Anyway, it is now break time. Meaning you can go get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do whatever, because we're going to be taking a break for at least 20 minutes to a half hour, maybe even more, who knows. And speaking of which, I'm going to go get something to eat because I am hungry. Dinner came here a little earlier than I'm used to. So I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Took a little longer than necessary because I ended up having to go to the bathroom. But we're all good. Got myself a Pop-Tart, but this time it's not a fruity flavor, it's cinnamon. Oh, I've just been craving cinnamon Pop-Tart. So yeah, I did not think we were gonna arrive to the second sex scene that quick. I didn't even know they were back to back like that. But for anyone who was curious about what I was seeing, just download the game yourself. It's for free. I'm pretty sure if you were to just type in Katawa Shoujo in Google or whatever browser you use, you'll probably find the website where you can get the free download link. But still, I really hope I don't get banned off of YouTube because I show like a frame of titty. I don't imagine so, like... Oh, again, I don't imagine so. It would be weird. Besides, even if I did get banned because of that, it's like, it would be sheer hypocrisy on YouTube's part because it's like, bitch, I have seen literal porn on YouTube. And you're gonna ban me for showing a frame of titty. Like, listen, it's one thing if I get in trouble because I'm reading the stuff out loud, and it's like, it's nothing visual, though. And again, there are, like, audiobooks of smut on YouTube as well. I mean, hey, at least I didn't say anything about cocks, about vaginas. Like, all you heard was just the vague descriptions of humping. Or riding. I mean, it is humping. It's also riding. It was just clothed. Anyway. We're almost an hour away from midnight. And normally when it comes to New Year's, I don't make resolutions. I don't. I think the last time I did that was years ago. Years ago. And, yeah. So I don't want to make resolutions. But, I will say that I have been thinking about what our next year's stream's gonna be for this channel. And it's like, obviously, there are some games we need to finish. I say some games, it's like, well, obviously there's Katawa Shoujo. There's also Your Turn to Die. Which we are gonna finish, which we are gonna do next year. Probably, I'm honestly thinking, like, depending on how far we get in Emmy's route today, I might finish it next month. Just to, like, you know, have a nice clean thing, because it would be weird to, like, end it off next year and then suddenly start a new one and then leave that hanging for a year, you know? But, as far as I'm aware, there's only one more part to Your Turn to Die that I have, which we're gonna do. I forget, is there a second part? Or is that not out yet? I don't remember. But there is that. I also said I wanted to do Ghost Trick, take a little bit of a break from Ace Attorney for a little bit. and do a ghost trick, but I don't know whether or not my computer is going to be able to handle that. Like, I can buy it, I just don't know if I can play it on stream. We'll have to see on that part. What? Oh, I thought you were... Where are you? Oh. So there was that. I have had some ideas for streams, like I was just thinking about this yesterday. I'm trying to think, like, what other gaming stuff is there? I know there's, like, I mean, yeah, there's Your Turn to Die, Ghost Trick. Are there other games? I can't remember. I mean, granted, I would need to find a horror game for October, but that's way off in the future. I do know... Oh, there's the fireworks. I do know that there is a few streams I have ideas for. One of which is, I think I've talked about, I know I've talked about this before, the next tier list stream, which I did say was for Arknights. I am thinking that's probably going to be next year. I haven't decided on when, but that's definitely coming. I know that for a fact. And I think I've also said this before about part 2 to the Genshin tier list stream. I think I said before that I want to finish that when Fontaine is done, meaning like Fontaine is done rolling out the characters and such. Because again, I need to have something to fill out the 4 hours. Because I remember where we left off at in terms of Sumeru, and how I think we did get, I don't think there were that many characters left in Sumeru when we did part 1. Like, we got pretty, like, far into it before stopping at the latest point. Because I can only recall, like, 3 characters off the top of my mind from Sumeru left before moving on to Fontaine. But I could be wrong. And who knows when the fuck Fontaine's gonna be done, so gotta wait! But at least you can get confirmation, then again, that yes, part 2 to the Genshin tier list stream is gonna be a thing. I just don't know when yet, and it's still gonna be labeled as vaguely as possible because I don't want to deal with the crazies! Ah, shit. I lost a bit. God, what the why do they package Pop-Tarts sometimes like this? But, speaking of tier list, I think I also brought this up before as well, that I was thinking about doing a Pokemon tier list stream where I was going to rank the Pokemon in the tiers based on a variety of different factors. 1, how cute they are. 2, how good they are in battle. And 3, how much I personally like them based off of experience. And because that is going to end up being such a long list, we're going to be doing Generation. We're going to be doing it in multiple parts because there's so many Pokemon. But I have thought a little bit more about it, and I've decided that I'm going to exclude Generation 9 or Paldea from the ranking because I don't feel like it would be completely fair of me to include a region of Pokemon that I've never experienced. Like, I got the looks, but I don't know about the battles. And I definitely don't have personal experience. So I feel like it would just be unfair of me to include those Pokemon and place them in tiers when it's like, I could be very well, you know what I mean? So I'm excluding Paldea. And I'm also going to be excluding certain Pokemon from both Gen 7 and Gen 8. And the reason for that is because new Pokemon showed up in Gen 7 via Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, as well as in the Sword and Shield DLCs, the Isle of Crown and Tundra. And because I haven't played those yet, I also don't want to include Pokemon that were introduced in those in the tier list because I feel like that would be unfair. So that's the rule. So that's it. I don't know when that will become a thing. But at the very least, I want to do that because my autism is killing me right now. But I will say, the more I thought about doing this idea, I had 2 more ideas pop up that is similar to the tier list thing. And it's also about Pokemon. One of them, so the idea for both of these streams is that I was going to be basically comprising teams of 6 Pokemon. The first of these streams was going to be me comprising teams of Pokemon based off of typing, meaning that I would have to comprise of a team that is entirely of normal types, fairy types, dragon types, electric types, etc., etc. And I was gonna do that for all the types, all 17, I believe there's right? Type chart, there it is. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I thought there were 17. 18 types. Sorry about that. 18 types. So yeah, gonna be comprising teams of 6, that all have the same type. All 18 of them. And just to make it even more challenging for myself, I was also gonna make sure that if one Pokemon is put in one typing, I was not gonna put it in the other if it's a dual type. Meaning, for example, if I had to when I'm making my team of 6 off of the Psychic type, for example, I would obviously put Gardevoir in there because Gardevoir is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. However, Gardevoir is a dual type of Psychic and Fairy, meaning that if I were to put Gardevoir in the Psychic team, I would not put it in the Fairy team. So yeah, no repeats on the teams. And 2, we were going to exclude legendaries and probably starters as well. Because I feel like it would be unfair to Fire, Water, and Grass to always include a starter, considering that that's a constant thing. So, that's going to be challenging. That is going to be challenging. But I think it is doable. And then the second idea I had, which I literally came up with last night, and this is going to be similar to the first idea, where it's yet another team building thing, but this time instead of basing it off of typings, it was going to be based off of regions, meaning I would have a Kanto team, a Johto team, a Hoenn team, etc., etc. And the rules for that are still not going to include legendaries. Not going to include legendaries, but at the very least, I would include starters. So, because I do think, to me personally, it is thematically important when it comes to having a generation team, a region team, that's it. Considering that your starter would have been literally your starter, the Pokemon that's been with you the longest and is thus your partner, it would make sense to just, have them as part of your champion team, so to speak. So that's going to be fun. So starters are going to be included, but there is a drawback to this, that the regional teams are not going to include Pokemon that were introduced in another region. Meaning, for example, Alola. When it comes to Alola, obviously there were a lot of new Pokemon introduced in that region, but then of course Alola was also the first, I think it was the first generation to I think Gen 7 was the first generation to include regional variants. So let me explain this, try to explain this a little bit more clearly. So Pokemon that are in one region. Let's take Johto, because that's the first example. Any Pokemon that were introduced in Kanto, I would not include in the Johto region, because technically you can find those in Kanto. However, Pokemon that were introduced in Johto, but have ties to Kanto, for example, Pichu, I would include in the Johto Dex, because Pichu was introduced in Johto, even though Pikachu was introduced in Kanto. Like, it's hard to explain, but I think the logic there makes sense. So yeah. Again, I'll write out the rules when those streams come up in the description. But those were the... So yeah, I have like 3 fucking Pokemon streams all in a row in my head. And you guys get to listen to me be utterly and truly autistic for like probably 5 hours. Because this shit's gonna take a while to do, because I am so picky. I am so meticulous. You know, and obviously as for when those streams will be, I don't know yet. It's just a matter of, what do I want to do? Do I want to play a game, or do I want to, you know, be weird? So there's that. But in terms of games, I genuinely don't know. I keep telling myself I need to start buying games off my wish list at some point. But the problem is, like, can my computer even handle streaming some of this? At least I have it. Here's the thing. I have a lot of visual novels, obviously, on my wish list. And I would assume that the visual novels can be streamed. I mean, it's like, if they're visual novels, there's no way they take up that much, like, processing. But then again, I thought the same of Saint Maker, and it became a PowerPoint presentation when 3 characters were on screen. So I don't know. At the very least, I have a couple ideas in mind for what games I want to play next year. It's just a matter of when I can get them and when Steam sales will become a thing. But yeah, so there are some things to be looking forward to next year in terms of streams from me. You know, so there's that. You know, and now I want to build off of that, and with that out of the way, I do want to build off of the Pokemon thing and talk about my journey through Moon. As I said before in the beginning, I am almost done with my playthrough of Moon. It will have barely been 2 hours. It'll only have been like it'll be 2 months on the 14th of January. And that's honestly crazy. And I wish I could remember when I started my replay through of X. see how much time passed between me beginning that and to before I took my break, to see if it was exactly the same way too. Because obviously I obviously know that like it took me like a couple years to get back to X during my break, but I finished it eventually, and now I'm like almost done with Moon. And again, I just need to grind my team up to the appropriate levels and beat Kukui, and that's it. I mean, obviously I got some post-game stuff to do, but I'm not going to be focusing too much on that because it's post-game and I normally don't pay attention to that shit. But I will say I have been having a much grander time with Moon than I remember having with X, with this replay through. I mean, in some aspects definitely, some other aspects not. Because I will say this, what X has over Moon is the customization options. Because I don't think it's a hot take to say that when it comes to Pokemon games, it almost always seems to be that, like, the female characters always have way more options to choose from, and they're usually better than the male characters. And I don't know whether or not that's, like, some sexism at work or whatnot. But, unfortunately, the thing with Moon is that I'm not given as many, like, likable options for clothing as I did with X. Because with X, I was buying, like, so many shirts, skirts, shorts, pants, shoes, like, accessories. Like, I was buying so much shit in X. And with Moon, it's like, it's basically the same freaking clothes, but in different shades of colors. But unfortunately, the style of said clothes doesn't really match with my personal preference. And it doesn't help that, unfortunately, I think Moon got the worser options for colors than Sun. Because with Moon, you get like the uglier shades of blue, green, purple than I don't know what Sun's options look like, but it's like, I would like it if there was a little bit more of a freaking, like, variety of colors. And I understand that there's Festival Plaza, but it's like, that requires too much work. Like, I would rather go to Pokepelago and gather my beans to develop the Isles and such and give them my Pokemans than go to Festival Plaza and deal with, like, NPCs. But, one thing I will give Moon over X is that I genuinely feel like the Dex, the Dex quest is a lot more satisfying than X's, if that makes sense. I think it's just because of the fact that, like, every time you catch a Pokemon, like, in Moon, Rotom shows up and was like, oh, look at how much you filled out this region's Dex for. And you get the island and then, of course, the entire Alolan Dex. And, I'm gonna tell you right now, I am 64% of the way through the Alolan Dex at the point I'm at. Which is way more than I had for X, than I had for Kalos. So that's good. That's good. And in terms of what I've been doing, I mean, obviously I've been grinding, getting Pokemon leveled up and such. I've also been trying to get as many of the evolutions as I can. I still have some Pokemon that need to be evolved. And I've even gone ahead to do some breeding. I captured the Ditto, I had an Eevee, and now they are just fucking and getting me more Eevees. I'm only gonna get 6. I want to get all the evolutions, actually, for that, because I have a shit ton of stones. And of course I have the island on Pokepelago that raises the friendship thing. And so it's like, okay, I can just stick the Eevees in there, wait for their happiness to go up, and then I can just go to the apropos spots and just pop them out. And unfortunately there are some, and I will say this, I hate the fact that, I don't know if Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon does this, But I hate the fact that, at least in Sun and Moon, there are some Pokemon you can only catch post-game. I'm like, why the fuck would you limit that? Because I found out you can capture Riolu in Moon, and I was really excited for that. But unfortunately, it turns out that the only place you can catch Riolu is in a place on Pony Island that you don't get access to until after you become champion. And it's like, what's the fucking point then? I mean, I get that, like, there's, again, post-game, because, like, you have the Ultra Beast missions, and, of course, the Battle Tree, but it's like, bruh, I gave up on the Ultra Beast stuff my first playthrough of Moon because I was getting so frustrated with how I'm not catching these damn beasts, and I'm not interested in the Battle Tree stuff. Like, that's, like, the Battle Tree stuff is basically for the competitive players to get their shit. I'm not interested in competitive stuff. So it's like, what use do I have? I'm still gonna capture the Riolu, though, and can evolve it into Lucario, because Lucario is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. And of course I'm gonna capture it. But, so there was that. I'm also gonna be going ahead to do the island scans. Turns out, like, there's a QR code scanner. And while I was aware of that my first playthrough, I forgot about it the second time. And then there are some Pokemon I absolutely want to get from the island scans. But the problem is, I need to raise up my quota for the QR code scanner. So I'm like, ah, crap. I gotta find, like, I gotta look all around my room then for QR codes. I mean, my thing is, though, the funny thing is, like, was that a thing in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon? It has to be, right? It has to be. My thing is, why the hell did they not have that for the Switch? They just took it out. But, oh, that does remind me. Oh my god, it just occurred to me. I don't know if I had this last time. I finally found, so, you know how Gen 7's gimmick was the Z moves, right? Because they took out the really good gimmick of Mega Evolution from Gen 6. It's in Gen 7, but that's another post-game feature that I'm like, why? And even then, you don't even get I don't think you even get a lot of the Mega Evos either, which is like, well, there goes that plan, I guess. But, I didn't know that, for one, there's a Z move exclusive for Pikachu that's called Catastrophica. And when I found out, I immediately saw it, and I'm like, and it's like, yeah, and it's like, this is probably gonna be the thing that would get me to do a TikTok dance. Because I saw the dance for that Z move, the Catastrophica, and I'm like, this is so fucking cute, I need to learn how to do it. I haven't done anything in that pursuit yet, but it's like, I want to do it. I could even do the second part of that move where I toss the Pikachu up in the air and just have it zap down with some really crappy editing. But I can do that because I have a shit ton of Pikachu plushies. It would just be like, which plushie should I pick? Which one's gonna look the most like a Pikachu? And which would I be okay with throwing up into the air and having it land probably face first on the dirt? So there was that. And then I finally got to see the Alolan Raichu Z move that it took me forever to get, because unfortunately, I had to wait until I was up on Mount Lanakila to get to the move reminder so I can get Thunderbolt, because unfortunately the fucking Z crystal for the Alolan Raichu requires Thunderbolt. And even then, it wasn't fucking worth it, because the spectacle for, what the hell was it called? Spark Surfer or whatnot, isn't as impressive as the Catastrophica. Clearly showing that the Game Freak and the Pokemon Company clearly know what their priorities lie. Where their priorities lie. The Pikachu has a better Z-move animation than the Alolan Raichu. Anyway, I'm sorry about the whining. I'm sorry about the complaining. Like, listen, this is part of the reason why those 3 Pokemon streams are probably going to be spaced out back to back, because you can probably already hear the autism coming out in me. Like, this has probably been the longest special interest I've ever had in my life. And I'm 26 years old. I became introduced to Pokemon as early as I can remember. Which is, like, at the very earliest 4. So this is a... The fuck was that noise? Was that the music? Yeah, it was. So this has been a 22-year... 22? Yeah, 22-year, possibly, brain rot going on. But yeah, I have been doing that for the last month, is just getting through all the stuff. And, there's a lot of, and honestly, I will say this about the story, now that we can get into that, it's like, I forgot how much of a cult leader Lusamine sounded like. Like, she sounds so culty! I mean, I get that's the point, like, Lusamine is off her fucking rocker for basically all of her screen time in Sun and Moon. But it's like, she sounds so fucking culty in her first, like, appearance, where she's like, I will shower the Pokemon with my love! And it's like, oh my god, this is sounding really cult leader-like. Oh my god. I will say, if I can go on a little tangent about Lusamine's character real quick. From what I heard, from what I read about, so here's the thing. Lusamine is a really good antagonist in Sun and Moon, at least by Pokemon standards. Like, she's really good. You know, she's everything you would hope for from an abusive mother figure like her. You know, because it's like, she constantly berates her children, she tells Lily she's ugly to her face. It's like, Jesus Christ, this is an awful mother. You know? But of course you get the little hints from Lily that, like, oh, mother wasn't always like that. You know? It was just that when we got older, she became like that, which, you know, as someone who's had a mother like that before, I can empathize very well. You know? But apparently from what I read about, when Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon was released, and of course I saw some of this with the anime as well when they were doing the Sun and Moon adventures, that they really wrote Lusamine's character, they really toned down her abusive nature in later iterations of Sun and Moon, to where she's not as emotionally abusive anymore, and she's just more neglectful, which I'm like, I kind of don't like, because... I don't know, like, I just feel like that's just, like, again, they're trying to, like, tone down the character to make her a little more palatable, if that makes sense. Which I don't like. You know, because, again, I like the fact that Lusamine was such an awful... was such an awful character, only to then be revealed that, like, yeah, while she is an abusive mother, she also did have moments where she wasn't quite like that. Again, I had a mother like that. You know? And going off of that, I also read that some people didn't like the fact that, the reveal that Lusamine's abusive nature was due to Nihilego's neurotoxins, which are confirmed to essentially just amplify the worst traits of someone, and people didn't like that reveal. Because it just, I guess they assumed that it just seemed like, oh, well, the neurotoxins are to blame for her being an abusive dickbag. And it's like, well, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? Like, yeah, Lusamine was a horrible mother because of an outside substance. And it's like, and then outside of that substance, like, she wasn't that bad. Like, as I said, Lily recalls a moment or a memory she had where she and her mother were both smiling and laughing, clearly, having a much better relationship with each other back then than they did at the time the game is at. And that memory was from before Lusamine became involved with Nihilego. And to me, it's like, I get that. Because again, that was how my mother was. You know, granted, my mother didn't have, like, neurotoxins altering her brain chemicals. She had alcohol doing that. But it's like, I can, again, empathize. I can definitely understand that, you know? Having, you know, seen how awful your parental figure can be under this harmful influence, and, you know, and you obviously feel angry with them, and you are hurt by their actions that they deal to you and all that. But you also know that, like, well, it's just it's just that substance that is altering their behavior. Because I know you're not always like that. It doesn't erase anything, though. And even then, I don't necessarily think that the neurotoxins being the sole factor for, like, basically just saying that, I guess, like, what they were trying to get is that Lusamine is a bad character, not a bad character, but like a bad mother no matter what, because she has these traits within her that Nihilego exploited. And it's like, I don't necessarily think that was the case. Like, I think if anything, what they were trying to, like, what's the word? I think what they were trying to convey is that anybody under the influence of Nihilego's neurotoxins could become an asshole. Like, again, the neurotoxins are there to amplify someone's worst traits. That doesn't necessarily mean, like, just because, like, Lusamine had her bad traits doesn't necessarily mean she was going to be an abusive mother. Like, you know, again, it's meant to amplify, meaning if it wasn't there, those bad traits probably could have just been just bad things that Lusamine would have much better control over, you know, much more restraint over. Whereas the neurotoxins kind of just lowered her inhibitions, lowered her restraints, and made her go crazy as a result. I don't know, it's just like, I don't know, it's like there's some thoughts I have, there are a lot of thoughts I have for Lusamine, and of course Lily as a character, but I will say this, I still really like how the Lusamine and Lily relationship had resolved itself by the end of that storyline, before you become champion. You know, because I forgot that, like, when Lusamine is separated from Nihilego, from Nebi, or Lunala in my version, you know, Lily goes over to her, you know, and is like, oh my god, Mom, are you okay? And Lusamine, like, you know, first of all cups her cheek, like, you know, caresses her cheek, and she does something that I think is supposed to show that, like, yeah, Lusamine is not only going to be okay after this, but also you can see that she does love Lily, is when Lusamine, like, boops Lily's nose. And that to me is like, that to me at least shows that, like, she does love Lily. Because that feels like something a mother would do to her child. And it's sweet, it's adorable. Doesn't erase all the shit that Lusamine did to Lily, but it's like, again, I think it's supposed to show that, like, there is a part of the old Lusamine that's still in there. She just had to be helped. I will say, though, I kind of wish that there was a little bit more closure in regards to Lusamine and Gladian's relationship. Because there really isn't much there. Which is weird, because it's like, Gladian is also Lusamine's child. Granted, I understand that the storyline is mainly revolved around Lily and Lusamine. And all that. But I don't know, I think it just would have been better if we did get something more between Lusamine and Gladian. Like, I don't know. Lusamine showing some ounce of love towards her son? I don't know. Maybe the anime did that? I don't know. I didn't watch that part. I only saw GIFs of it up on Tumblr. But yeah. So, that's been a fun ride to do with Moon. And I honestly don't want it to end, but I'm also gonna look forward to finishing it, so. Anyway, I think I've spent enough time talking about stuff It's been almost an hour since I went on this break. So let me just retweet the stream link on Twitter. As soon as it shows up. I didn't even spell little right. Shit. Whoops. There we go. Alright, let's say goodbye to Firefox for the last time of this year. Alright. Oh, wait, I just remembered. Now I gotta remember how I had the window again. Damn it! How far do we want to go into this route? Shut up. Alright. God, I cannot believe we're already here at the second NSFW scene. This is gonna be fun. Alright. Throat's a little sore after that talking, but we should be able to get back into it. The sunlight breaks through my window shortly before my alarm ruins the morning silence. I feel sore. The events of the previous evening suddenly intrude upon my consciousness, and I find myself blushing. Gonna have to turn down the music again. That was an eventful evening, and it explains perfectly the soreness in my lower back. Oh, that's right! Why did I forget that? Yeah, that's right. Emmy and Hisao went at it again after the first on-screen sex scene. The walk back, as I recall, had been rather tense. My trousers having been soiled, I had washed them off in the bathroom before going back to my room. But there was still a fairly obvious-looking stain on the front. Oh my god. Well, I guess the question is, was it yours or was it hers? Fortunately for me, the only person I ran into on my way back was Kenji. Oh, shit. And he didn't notice a thing. Good. Well, apart from my being in the general vicinity. Of course he'd ask how the night went, and whether or not I'd learned anything of importance. I don't even know if I opened my mouth to answer. I was too tired to care. And this morning, I'll admit that I'm feeling pretty worn out. Still, Emmy had promised to meet me at the track, and I'd hate to disappoint. There she is. I bet she's sore too. She is indeed waiting for me when I arrive. Doing her best to look cheery, despite the fact that she's sitting in a wheelchair. I wave to her and begin stretching. You're early. Emmy frowns and shakes her head.
Ridiculous. You're late. Overslept, Hisao? All tuckered out?
Well, at least she seems more like her old self. And as expected, she doesn't seem that shy about mentioning our previous activities. Hey, you're lucky I could show up at all. All that cardiovascular activity last night, I nearly thought I'd have to see the nurse afterwards. Jesus Christ. How many rounds did they go at it? Do they say here or do we just guess? Emmy laughs out loud, Then her face suddenly becomes concerned.
Hey, that's not, I mean, you're not...
Go on, spit it out.
It's just that it would be hard to explain if you had an episode while we were...
Oh. Now that she mentions it, it really is a legitimate concern. That is true. I mean, when you're having sex, your heart rate speeds up. It would be an awkward thing to explain. But I think if anything, the awkwardness would kind of I think if anything, the actual anxiety of wondering if you're going to die during sex is pretty much outweighs that awkwardness. Although it does sound like a really nice way to go. Excuse me. I certainly hadn't thought of it last night, of course. Other, more pressing concerns had been at hand. Well, I don't think anything we, do is going to be any more of a strain than these morning runs, and I handled those fine, so... Emmy considers this point. That face. A devious light appears in her eyes.
Say.
Hmm? The light vanishes, and Emmy grins ruefully at me. I can't help but feel vaguely suspicious.
I seem to have forgotten a pair of gloves.
What do you need gloves for? Emmy indicates the chair upon which she is seated. Oh, I guess, like, yeah, because she has to, like, move herself, obviously, like, with the wheels. And and sometimes that can probably chafe your hands.
For this, of course. Sure, regular moving around is all well and good without them, but I want to be able to get a good workout. And to get that kind of speed, you gotta have gloves if you don't want blisters.
So what, are you wussing out on me then? Do I have to go it alone? Emmy thinks for a minute. Or pretends to think.
If I remember right, there's a spare pair or two in the track shed.
So she does seriously want to do it then. But in her normal school uniform? I'd have expected her to wear her gym outfit for something like this. Wait, what are they doing there? Emmy looks askance at me.
Seriously? You can't think of why a shed full of track supplies at a school for the disabled would have racing gloves.
Well, when she puts it that way, I suppose that makes perfect sense. Hey, I'm still getting used to this place. Give me a break, huh?
I guess I can let it slide this time. Now come on, I'll need your help.
I can't imagine what for, but then again, I didn't have a clue why racing gloves would be in the shed, so I'm not willing to press the issue. We are clueless. She is literally asking us to go into the shed so we can do it again. I mean, look at this. This is the perfect place to have sex. Emmy navigates her way to the shed easily enough, though I can hear her grumbling under her breath. It's actually kind of cute, and it also just occurred to me. 2 days ago, we became a couple. Yesterday we had sex. Now today we're gonna have sex again. This is really quick! I hurry a little to reach the door first. Opening it will be easier for me than for her. The door opens, and Emmy starts to wheel inside, only to come to a sudden halt at the doorway. It seems the door sill is slightly too high for her to get over by herself. She's trying. She makes a few runs at it, unsuccessfully, before crossing her eyes and glaring at the offending object.
Stupid wheelchair. Hey Sal, can you give me a hand here?
Sure, no problem. It's a simple enough matter for me to bump Emmy over the doorway, jostling her slightly.
Hey, easy there!
Whoops, sorry. It's at about this time that I fail to notice where I'm going and run Emmy's chair into a mat. Oh, She gives a startled yelp and topples forward out of her chair. Listen, this is really cute. I mean, this is really cute, though. There's a moment of silence as I gaze in horror upon what I've done, and Emmy glares at me.
Hisao!
Yes?
Promise me you'll never work at a hospital.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Emmy giggles and holds up a hand.
Would you kindly help me back into my chair, Hisao?
Alright. As I bend down to pick up Emmy, she grins in triumph and pulls me into a kiss that quickly has us both entirely unconcerned about getting her back into the chair. In fact, as I move to a more comfortable position, I confess that the chair is pushed out the door, which, startled by the passage, swings shut. Oh, Jesus Christ! I was not expecting that! Shit! Don't remove me, YouTube, please! I was not expecting that! I did not... I thought it would give me a warning! Alright, so you got a little bit more... You probably got, like, maybe, like, a half second of titty. Alright, I guess we'll just... Okay! Start of the second... Shit! Start of the second NSFW... Shit. Begins... Shit. Begins here. Sorry about that! Don't remove me! I did not I thought it would give me a little bit more warning. Please don't ban me. I can remove it if you want. Well, at least we've got privacy now, which is a good thing as my hands work quickly to remove Emmy's blouse and skirt. I'm startled to discover that she's forgotten to put her bra on today. Did she plan this? Her arms hook under mine and rest on my shoulders as I kiss my way down Emmy's neck, pausing to give special attention to a spot right where the neck meets the shoulder that I'd found last night. I'm not gonna fucking voice that out. You've gotten pretty good at that. I do try. Emmy pushes on my chest, insistently, and I draw back with a puzzled expression.
I've got a confession, Hisao.
Oh? Having pulled back, I decide instead to focus my attention on her breasts. As she attempts to speak, her words are interspersed with giggles that I find incredibly cute. I don't actually wear gloves. My own reply is rather mumbled onto her okay. My own reply is rather mumbled onto her chest instead of being addressed to her face. Okay. Should have known. Words quickly become irrelevant. Emmy's movements are almost frantic, as if she's been holding something back since we met this morning, and now she has an outlet. I'm very nearly caught off guard by her aggressiveness, feeling her nearly rip my shirt off, the way she seems to vie to be in the dominant position. Listen, I'm perfectly willing to give you that, baby girl. For my part, I confess that I'm caught up in her attitude as well, fighting back, rolling and wrestling even as I caress her breasts, even as her fingers dig into my shoulders, and I lose track of where we are. So much so that I roll right off the mat and land on something small and rather hard. Ow! Emmy, still flushed and breathing a little heavily, peers at me and bursts into laughter.
I'm sorry. Are you alright?
Yeah, I think so. Not sure what I landed on, though. I reach under my back and pull the offending object out, inspecting it closely. Personal lubricant, lemon flavored. Wait, what? Emmy's eyes shoot upwards, and she begins, if possible, to laugh even harder. Somehow, I don't think this isn't track related.
Oh man, I know whose that is!
What?
It's the track captain's!
Ah, my old nemesis. Or, kind of. How'd you know it's his? It appears that I've asked a stupid question, or at least Emmy thinks so. Or at least Emmy thinks so.
Because he's the one who told me the track show was a good place for... What did he call them? Clandestine encounters.
Oh? He invite you to one or something? Emmy bursts into more laughter. I confess the sight of a naked Emmy laughing is oddly beautiful. I feel an eagerness to end conversation and get back to what we were doing, despite my rather pointed questioning.
Hisao, the track captain's gay!
Huh. Really? And here I initially thought you two were a couple.
Well, I did have a crush on him when I first joined up, but he wasn't interested. Obviously. But we are good friends, I guess. I mean, he told me about all this, you know?
I hesitate to ask. And really, I do. But I ask anyway. But what does he need the, lube for anyway? I mean, he doesn't, How the hell does Emmy not always manage to not blush?
Obviously, he uses it for, you know... anal.
I try to suppress a snicker. So yeah, oh boy. I fail. Emmy's giggling too. And he tells you about all this? Emmy shrugs.
Yeah, of course. He's kind of wild about the whole thing. Says it's a feeling that can't be beat.
I mean, unfortunately, that's one of the few ways gay men can have sex. Huh. The air in the track shed seems charged with some kind of horrible curiosity. That's interesting. I suppose I'll have to take his word for it.
Well...
Birds outside stop chirping. The wind dies down. Somewhere, a man is drinking a cup of coffee. He freezes with the cup at his lips.
We could... maybe... try it.
I mean, we could. Why this music? I mean, experimentation is key in keeping up a good sex life. My jaw suddenly and spontaneously unhinges and hits the floor. What? Emmy is finally blushing, rubbing the back of her head ruefully.
Well, it's just that we really can't do what we did last night, you know? It would be a little... it wouldn't be safe, you know? I mean, it wasn't exactly a great idea last night. So, you know, we could try this to see if it,
Is as good?
Well, yeah, basically.
Huh. Jesus Christ. So there's a CG I cannot show. But it is of Hisao and Emmy naked, and they are going at it doggy style.
Careful!
Are you sure about this? I'm positioned behind Emmy, who is looking back over her shoulder, looking a little flushed. Well, obviously, once we decided to go ahead with this idea, we had to get back into the mood. That accomplished, we emptied the bottle of lube, and... here we are.
Yes, I'm sure. Come on, before I calm down and think too much about this.
Emmy's breathing is still coming a little heavily, and her response is almost impatient. Which is to be expected, I suppose. We were... Jesus Christ. My cat opened the door, and I swear to God, I thought it was my dad. That would have been an awkward conversation. Which is to be expected, I suppose. We were both so close, and this is kind of delaying things. I think we've both gone temporarily insane. At least that's going to be my claim from here on out. I try hard not to think about the specifics of what I'm about to get myself into. There's no way this is going to be very clean. Taking a breath that is as much for me as it is for her, oh boy. I enter slowly. There's a lot of resistance, and it's like both our bodies are reluctant to actually go through with it. Something tells me these two... Okay. Several things. One, please tell me you at least lubed up. Like, both of you. Like, that would be first thing. Secondly, you have to stretch. You have to stretch it. You can't just go in. You have to stretch it. And thirdly, you both need to relax. It makes it a little easier. You can't just go at it like this. Emmy's whole body tenses, and as I'm only partially in by this point, it feels surprisingly good, if a bit odd. Emmy, on the other hand, looks uncomfortable. Probably because, as far as I know, you didn't stretch her. You did not prep her. The expression is almost comical. It probably doesn't feel good. Should I stop? Emmy's breath hitches in her throat, and it seems to take a few seconds longer than it should to formulate a reply.
No, keep going. It just feels weird.
Yeah, that's common. She giggles. I can't blame her. I'm surprised that I even managed to form a sentence. It's... Oh, Jesus Christ. It's... hot. Feels exceedingly odd. The lube glistens unnaturally. Okay, so at the very least you did that part, right? So that's good. It makes me uncomfortable. I continue to work my way inside her, working slowly and listening carefully to Emmy's breathing. I reach my limit and pause. Emmy looks back again, biting her lower lip. I'm sorry.
Are you going to try moving, or are we just going to sit here feeling silly?
No, I just wanted to give you a chance to adjust. Excuse me. I mean, that's a good point, too. Let her get used to it before you start, going at it. This doesn't make any sense. How did we even decide to do this?
I don't think there's really any adjusting to this, Asao. Try moving. Maybe it'll feel better?
She sounds doubtful, but certainly unwilling to admit defeat now that we've come so far. Hello? Can you not play with that, please? I begin a slow motion that seems to work well for both myself and Emmy, as she closes her eyes in an attempt to concentrate on this new feeling. As I begin to find a rhythm, I begin to feel that familiar falling away sensation I got yesterday. I close my eyes and try to lose myself in the feeling, except... it doesn't seem right. Emmy's not making any noise. Stop. I learned very quickly yesterday that Emmy is somewhat less than quiet when she's enjoying herself. Oh, okay. So she's a moaner. As I open my eyes, I see that Emmy's trying to get into things, but it just doesn't seem to be working for her. Her eyes are closed, and she's biting her lip, but it seems to be out of toleration rather than enjoyment. Or sort of, well, this was a failure, but hopefully it'll be over soon, look! Just gotta lie back and think of something else. Just get it over with. I'm caught in a bit of a situation here. In truth, I don't want to stop. But at the same time, it doesn't seem to be doing much for Emmy. Sushi! Stop fucking with shit. No, don't. God damn. I do not need this scene going on longer than it should because of you. But at the same time, it doesn't seem to be doing much for Emmy. Or if it is, it's coming on far slower than I am. I feel bad. I want Emmy to enjoy this too. Hey! Yay! He actually cares about her enjoyment of sex. That's good. I reach one arm around to tease at Emmy's chest, which startles her. You don't go for the other part, Hisao? The one that is guaranteed to bring her some pleasure? This, in turn, causes her to tighten around me considerably, causing a wave of pleasure to blindside me. My gasp seems to amuse Emmy, but her grin quickly turns to a gasp as I move my other hand casually down her front and begin to stroke gently at the soft patch of hair between her legs. Okay, so he does go down there. That's good. The motion of my own hips increases as my hand's ministrations to Emmy's front bring back the gasps and yelps that I'm used to. I concentrate only on the feelings of my hands, one now slick and sliding, the other on skin soft and responsive, goosebumps on her flesh, shivers and sweats, as her own building climax causes her to tighten, until finally I can't possibly... I can't possibly say that out loud! So he's basically describing that he's gonna come. I give a final thrust. My fingers tense around Emmy's nipples, dive between her legs. There's the fireworks. Right at the fucking climax, too. Emmy's back spasms and she arches up, a high girlish cry that echoes off the walls, and I feel the wave of my own climax annihilate all other sensations in my body. Emmy's arms give out and she falls forward, rather violently disengaging us and pulling something dear to me in the process. The sudden switch from pleasure to pain causes me to lose my balance, and I fall forward on top of Emmy.
Ow!
Ow. I quickly roll off Emmy and prop myself up, breathing heavily and trying to ignore the pain in my crotch. Emmy yelps a little as she rolls over. She grabs a couple of the tissues we'd kept handy earlier, and cleans up before getting her panties back on and awkwardly leaning against a wall. Still breathing heavily, I decide to sit against the wall next to her. The feeling of the cool concrete against my sweating back is a welcome sensation.
That hurt at the end!
Yeah, this was probably not a great idea.
Well...
Here's the thing, I don't know if you had a condom on. If you did, you probably saved her some cleanup. If you didn't, well, now you're both gonna have to, now she's really gonna have to take a shower. But hey, at least you don't have to worry about her getting pregnant. And I'm sure both of you are clean. So... Emmy squirms in order to try and sit down beside me without too much pain. Judging by her wincing, it doesn't really work.
Yeah, I'm going to have words with the captain. He was clearly lying.
Or you two just didn't do something right. The utter and absolute ridiculousness of the situation suddenly hits, and I begin laughing. Emmy shakes her head and begins laughing with me.
Hey, Hisao.
Yeah?
We're never doing this again, right?
Yeah, I think my curiosity is satisfied on this one. Emmy nods, satisfied.
Good. I think we should maybe stick to the basics, don't you? I mean, most of this is new to me anyway.
What do you mean, most? Emmy grins impishly.
I'll never tell.
An unpleasant thought strikes me. Even more unpleasant is the thought of having to ask Emmy about it. Still, after what we've just done, it should be a cakewalk. Hey, is there a sink? I kinda like to, wash off a little. Emmy's jaw drops.
In the sink?
Well, there's not really anywhere else to do it, is there? And I want to avoid a smell that the nurse might notice. This is the most awkward conversation I have ever had.
You're right. Yeah, it's on the back wall. There might be some soap, too.
Thanks. There is, in fact, a little hand soap, which is better than nothing. No towel, though. Guess I'll just have to drip dry. What about her, though?
All finished?
Yeah, that'll do for now. It's not like I'm not going to take a shower after we see the nurse.
Glad to hear it. Now help me find my clothes. You toss them somewhere.
Hey, you are no better. How am I supposed to explain that hole in my shirt,
Sorry, I got a little excited earlier.
Are we good? It takes some time, but finally we're both more or less clothed. There's a frantic moment where neither of us knows where Emmy's wheelchair is, but I recall it going through the door and rescue it. Okay, I think now we're good. I think we're Gucci now. Alright. There we go. That took 20 minutes! Again, I hope YouTube does not ban me for that for that second of titty. Again, I was not expecting that. I wasn't expecting Hasao to just toss her shirt off. Like, I knew there was a sex scene in here, but I thought I would have a little bit more time. I wasn't prepared.
Now, be more careful going through the door this time, would you? Bumps are not my friend right now.
I am so sorry we tried this. Emmy shrugs and grins.
Well, it was worth a shot, right? And anyway, it was good exercise, right?
Can't argue that. I mean, at least they tried. I mean, one thing, they did try it, realize it didn't work. But secondly, they also didn't do everything right. Like, listen, I know, like, listen, I've never had this, obviously. But it's like, I figured with how much smut I have read in my life, I would at least pick up a little bit of, like, you know, some actual sex education. And it's like, the only thing they did right in that situation, outside of, you know, the consent, of course, was the lube. Yes, they lubed up, but they did not do anything else. They did not do anything else. I don't even know, like, did he go inside her? Like, did he finish inside her? Because if so, she still needs to clean up. Like, that, it's gotta be so gross. For, you know, firstly. I mean, I think if there is one thing Hasao did right in that, is that he actually, like, when he wanted to give her pleasure, he went down to her clit. Like, that's one way! That's one way! That's a good way! As we make our way up to the nurse's office, I notice that Emmy keeps shifting uncomfortably in her seat. Oh, I just realized! Yay! I just realized it's midnight! Happy New Year! What a great way to end the year! Just talking about sex! That's a clip. That is a clip. But yay! We can ring in 2024! Yay! Patch, 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 patch! As we make our way up to the nurse's office, I notice that Emmy keeps shifting uncomfortably in her seat.
God, this feels weird. Good thing I'm in a wheelchair, so...
Oh no! I just thought of a really horny joke that I'm not gonna say. Why is that?
Because now I don't have to explain to the nurse why I'm walking funny! God damn it! The bitch made the joke for me!
I did not need this. I did not need this. I had to get up. I had to get up. Just to talk about that. God damn it, Emmy. Fucked her so good she's in a wheelchair. No. Oh. We're never doing this again. The nurse is at least kind enough to not comment on the marks that Emmy left on my shoulders. Listen, that just shows how much of a good time she was having. Nor does he say a word about Emmy's constant shifting about in her wheelchair. Either he didn't notice, or he didn't want to notice. All the same, I'm going to have to make sure he didn't slip cyanide into my medication for a little while. Just to be safe. I shower for longer than usual, just to be sure I'm clean of our little experiment, and then collapse on my bed. Class is in 20 minutes, so I can probably afford a nap. A nap in 20 minutes? Knock, knock. Who's there? Knock, knock. That's not how the joke goes at all. Knock, knock! I already said who's there! More importantly, what time is it? Even more importantly, what day? That was so fucking funny. I am suddenly catapulted into wakefulness by both the fact that the knocking still hasn't stopped and the fact that it's noon. On a school day. Ah, shit. Oh, I wonder why I was so tired! Was it because I had probably like 5 rounds of sex within the span of 24 hours? Now fully awake, I can remember why I was napping. Better not give that excuse to Muto. Sorry I wasn't in class, I was experimenting sexually with my girlfriend and it tired me out! Yeah, that'll go over well. I wonder how long this knocking is going to continue. Guess I ought to answer the door. Ah, shit! I'm strangely unsurprised to see Kenji on the other side. Though it appears that Kenji is surprised to see me.
What the hell are you doing here, man?
Well, I was sleeping. Kenji nods in understanding.
Knocked out, I see. I told you to be careful around that Ibarazaki chick, man. This is the sort of thing that happens when you aren't cautious.
He makes an attempt to look at the back of my head.
Did she hit you with something?
I cannot make that joke about a high school girl. I cannot.
Or was it a drug?
Stop trying to touch me. Kenji produces a flashlight and shines it in my eyes.
You got a concussion?
I wasn't knocked out! At least, it was not the bad kind of knocked out.
Maybe you just don't remember.
This conversation isn't going anywhere. No, I just had a tiring morning and fell asleep.
Whatever, man. If you want to be in denial about this, I guess I can't stop you. But you gotta watch out for that girl, man. She's not safe.
What?
She's not safe to be around. She's one of their most sinister agents. If you're not careful, there's no telling what could happen. She's brought down stronger men than you know.
What the hell are you talking about? She's not an agent of anything, and she didn't knock me out, okay? I also highly doubt that she's brought down anyone at all. Kenji looks almost offended. I have no idea why.
You don't believe me? That's cold, man. Real cold. I'm just trying to look out for you. That's what friends do, you know.
We're friends? I had no idea. Then again, I wonder if Kenji knows what being a friend even entails. I feel something like pity for him, standing there before me. Maybe he does think he's looking out for me. I know. I'm sorry about that. Thanks for the warning. I hold out my hand as a sign of peace. Can he see it? Kenji shakes it gingerly, like my hand could possibly be on fire. There's an awkward silence for a few seconds before Kenji remembers that he's still shaking my hand.
Anyway, I need a favor.
I fucking knew you were here. What kind of favor? I'm out of money.
No, you aren't. You've got money kept in your desk drawer under a black notebook. For emergencies.
What the fuck? When did you get in my room? Did you ransack my room?
That's not important. It is important! I don't need money anyway.
He adopts a very serious tone.
I'm about to undertake a major op. It'll blow the whole conspiracy wide open if I'm right. But it's dangerous, so I need you to do something for me in case I don't come back.
Sure, man. Anything. What the hell is he planning on doing? Should I be telling someone about this?
If I go missing, wait 3 days and then mail my journal off to the newspapers. It's hidden in my room under a false bottom in one of my desk drawers.
How do I get into your room? I don't have a key. Kenji looks at me like I'm crazy.
So pick the lock. You know how to do that, right? It's an important skill to learn at a young age.
Yeah, of course I know how, he said, lying. I'll be sure to, do that for you, if you go missing. I don't think I want to read Kenji's journal. Either way, Kenji seems pretty happy that I've agreed to do this thing for him.
Great, man, great. I'll see you around, I got stuff to do.
And he's gone, dashing down the hallway. He made it seem so final. I hope I don't have to carry out his final wishes. Shaking my head, I close my door and walk back to my bed. Guess I should go to class, if only to catch the last half of the day. But I've come this far without going to class today. And I did want to read more of that Hawking book Muto lent me. Oh, Stephen Hawking? I'm sure he'll understand. Just gonna sit in my room and read. Knock, knock again. This time, the noise jerks my attention away from my book. An experience not unlike being woken up. Who's there?
Me! Aren't you glad?
The voice is muffled through the door, but unmistakably Emmy's. Hey, babe. How you doing? You doing okay? After our little experiment in the shed? I hop up and open the door, smiling broadly. Hey, nice to see you again. Emmy grins back, staring up at me from her wheelchair.
Yeah, you would have seen me earlier, but the damned elevator wasn't working. Had to wait for them to fix it. You'd think they could keep it in better order, but no!
A chuckle bit of her vexed expression invite her in. She wheels in easily, and with my help, she hops onto my bed.
There, much more comfortable than that stupid chair.
A sigh of contentment hangs in the air, and for a minute, we both just stare at one another. It's at that point that I notice the circles under Emmy's eyes. They're not that dark, but they definitely weren't there before. Before I can ask about them, Emmy fixes me with a mischievous stare.
So, I couldn't help but notice you weren't at lunch today. In fact, I don't think I saw you at all. What happened,
Fell asleep. I actually didn't wake up until lunch, and only then because Kenji woke me up.
What had you so tired,
Strenuous workout this morning. Slightly uncomfortable, too. Emmy coughs, a half-laughing, half-embarrassed noise.
Remind me not to do that again.
No problem. Wasn't exactly great for me either, to be honest. I will say this, too, about that scene. Like, it is a bit of a meme because it's so awkward and uncomfortable for the both of them. But I kind of like that I kind of like that scene because of it, because it's like, it kind of just shows the more realistic thing of having sex sometimes. Is that, like, you know, you decide to try something new, and then you fuck up, and it's not that great, it's not that enjoyable. You know? And it's gonna be awkward sometimes, it's gonna be a little uncomfortable. I don't know, I just really like that. And the fact that and it was between two teenagers as well, who've never had sex before. It's like, before each other, it's like, it just ends that sense of realness that I think a lot of people can relate to. It's like, where it's like, it was okay. Never gonna do it again, though. We'll just avoid that from now on. Are you, still sore? Emmy stares at me in disbelief. What? It's a legitimate question!
Of all the questions I never thought I'd be asked, that's one of them.
Well, I didn't ever expect to have to ask it, so we're even. Emmy laughs at this.
I guess so, huh? Well, since you asked, yes, I'm still a little sore. We're never doing that again.
No arguments from here. A yawn escapes her, and I raise an eyebrow. Tired? Emmy nods sleepily.
Haven't slept well.
Not sleeping well. I can tell that she didn't mean to tell me this either, because she gives a little start like she's just been caught lying and hastens to add.
It's not a big deal, though.
What's the trouble? I need to take another sip. I needed to do that. Emmy shrugs and refuses to elaborate. Stress over exams? Another shrug. But after a pause, Emmy nods hesitantly.
Yeah, I guess. Actually, that's why I stopped by.
She begins to look more and more miserable. Not so you notice, of course. But her eyes are on her lap. She's fidgeting, her voice is quiet.
We need to stop hanging out so much.
Huh? Why? Emmy takes a deep breath, like she's been practicing this.
Because you're too much fun to be around. And I can't concentrate when you're near me. With exams coming up soon, I just can't have that distraction. Otherwise, my grades will be pretty lousy, I'm afraid.
I could help you study. She smiles at me, clearly unhappy with the situation.
I'd love it if you could, but we wouldn't actually study, would we? I mean, even now I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but I kind of just want to, not converse.
Ah. Overwhelmed by my rugged manliness. I understand. That earns me a grin at least. Emmy shakes her head.
Idiot, you're full of yourself.
Well, I am pretty irresistible.
More or less, I guess. So that's the situation, Asao. I have too much fun around you, and if I'm going to go into exams prepared, I need to be alone.
Hey, that's okay. It really seems to have been bothering her. Besides, it's only a couple of weeks, and we'll still see each other in the mornings and at lunch. We can just hang out at school, no problem. And after exams, we'll go on a date to celebrate their being over, okay? Emmy grins, pleased by this proposal.
Yeah, sure! That sounds great!
Aww. As if to signal the end of the conversation, she leans in and kisses me. The rest of the night is not spent worrying about exams. I do kind of really showing, like, just that young love of, like, that new excitement of being, you know, a couple. Alright. It's weird how easily Emmy and I can keep from seeing one another after class now. Actually, I'd venture to say that it's vaguely disturbing. As easily as we'd come together, we seem to have split apart without much trouble. Well, I guess that's not exactly true. We've both been pretty bummed after that last night together. And we get to see each other every morning for our runs. And just our runs, I might add. Lunch, too. I especially enjoy lunchtime with her. We have plenty of time to talk about everything outside of school, whereas the morning runs have become increasingly businesslike. I think it's because Emmy wants to make up for our foolery in the storage shed. But no matter how much we joke at lunch, I can't help feeling a little worried about her. She seems distracted more often, and I've caught her fidgeting nervously more than once. Never figured her to be someone who cared that deeply about exams, but they certainly seem to be taking their toll, even though they haven't even started. This is just the run-up, the deep breath before the plunge. Tomorrow, the real trials begin. Or the real exams, anyway. As for me, I actually don't feel that worried about exams at all. Excuse me. I'm not sure why. I mean, they're pretty important. My scores here will determine my odds of getting into a good university. Hell, if I'm too cavalier now, it could spell doom for my academic career. But going into them, I feel confident that I'll come out the other side okay. Muto thinks I've got the science examination locked up at any rate. Or as he says, the last thing that should give you trouble is my exam, Hisao. It's way beneath your talents. Then again, it is Muto who's telling me this. His praise of me carries the veiled implication that anything less than perfect from me would be a disappointment, which has actually caused me to fret more than I should about the exam. It's for that reason that I find myself in the library after class, poring over the textbook. Pretty simple things to look over. Some formulas of velocity, a few bits about friction. A walk in the park compared to my dreaded English exam. Never was good with languages. As I flip through my notes one more time, my mind begins to wander. After these exams are over, things should get easier. Soon we'll be graduated. Then off to college, hopefully. I remember my abortive attempt to find out what Emmy plans to do after high school. She avoided the subject pretty deftly as I recall. Heck, it seems that just about every time I push too hard, she dances around the subject. Or distracts me through other means. Like a few days ago at lunch when Ren wasn't around. Heh. They had sex on the roof?! Damn! Damn! They are having some fun!
I've done it!
Okay, I was just checking the thingy. I'm startled from my reverie by Yuko's triumphant shout. Gah! Yuko seems mortified at my sudden starting.
Oh my god! I'm so sorry! I just got... and I really wasn't, and it's just that...
As she stutters, I move to quickly calm her down before she gets too agitated. Whoa, hey. My words seem ineffective. Yuko continues to work herself into a complete frenzy.
And it's a library, and I shouldn't be...
Easy there, just calm down.
I'm really upsetting a bad example, and now I'll get fired because I can't do anything right!
Yuko! Shouting seems to work, though I draw the ire of several other students studying in the library. Yuko snaps to attention, like a soldier who's just heard the captain bark an order.
Sorry!
Calm down. It's okay. You just startled me a little, and that's only because I was daydreaming instead of studying. So really, you got me back on task. This is a complete lie, but it seems to work. Yuko takes a deep breath and seems to calm down a little, though she keeps shifting around with a nervous energy that seems awfully familiar. So, what's got you so excited anyway?
The Yamaku cat burglar!
To her credit, Yuko manages to convey her intense excitement in a whisper.
I think I know who it is. I got an anonymous tip as to their identity. So I did some spying, and I think the tipster was right!
Oh, really? And who is this, burglar? Yuko shuts her mouth, shaking her head decisively.
Nope, I can't tell you that.
Why not?
It's between me and the burglar. I can't risk you warning him that I'm onto his game. He could tip his hand early and blow town. Then I'm left with no perp.
When did Yuko start talking like a hard-boiled detective? I wouldn't warn them. Why would I care?
If you gotta ask that question, then you don't need to know.
That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Congratulations, I guess?
Thanks. What for?
The, cat burglar thing? Yuko nods and smiles appreciatively.
So, studying for exams?
Well, that was the plan. I'm not having much luck, though.
Really? Is it because you can't find a book? I'm really sorry. I've been meaning to clean the shelves up for weeks now, but I keep getting distracted. I'm so sorry.
Whoa, wait. It's not that. I've got my book right here. To illustrate the point and hopefully calm Yuko down, I show her the textbook in front of me. My mind just keeps wandering is all.
Is it because of the noise in here? I'm trying to be more strict about the noise levels, but I can't bring myself to yell at people. I mean, aren't their lives hard enough without me throwing my authority around?
No, it's not the noise level either, I promise. I'm just... hell, I don't know. Worried about Emmy. Worried about us. Worried about what happens after we graduate. Emmy's been kind of weird lately.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how we're dating now? I just don't know that we're actually, a couple. Or at least I don't know that we're beyond friends. You're asking this question after you two have had sex? Though friends normally don't do the sort of things we do, at least not without that benefit situation. Physically, we're a couple. Coupling, at least. It's like every time I try to find out more about her or about what she wants to do with her life, she dodges the question. Like the other day, I was talking to her at lunch about some schools I've been looking into. And I asked her, have you looked into any schools lately? She shrugs in response, says no, and when I ask why not, she says that she doesn't think that far ahead. I asked why she had that policy, and I suddenly realize what I'm about to start describing, and I wisely decide to clam up.
She what?
She changed the subject. Wouldn't talk about it.
Maybe it's an uncomfortable subject for her. Or she just doesn't think it needs explaining.
Yeah, but it's not just that. Every time I try to find out what's been bothering her, she changes the subject too. It's like she likes being with me, but not getting close to me. Now that I've said it out loud, I feel worse. Yuko digests this bit of information.
You know, it seems to me that you're more serious about this than she is.
Oof. I can almost feel my stomach twist into a knot. She's right. That's exactly what it seems like. But is that really what's going on? I mean...
Sorry, I'm just talking nonsense. You shouldn't take my advice. You barely know me. I'm just the librarian. I'm single, so you can imagine I can't know what I'm talking about.
No, I think you have a point. As much as it hurts to even consider it. Yuko seems to try desperately to find a way to soften the blow somewhat.
Look. I'm probably wrong, but if you want to be sure of how obviously wrong I am, maybe you should just talk to her. Get some time alone and just ask about it. And don't let her change the subject either.
Yeah, maybe I should do that. Or maybe I should just enjoy what I have. We have fun hanging out after all. And the runs are nice, and the other activities are nice, and talking to her is nice. Do I really need to get closer to her? What I've got right now is pretty good. But that's silly. I want to get closer to her. I want to be able to help her out with whatever is bothering her. But maybe I should wait until after exams are over. Maybe she'll brighten up once the stress has passed. If she does, then I don't need to worry about it anymore. But if she doesn't, well... I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I thank Yuko for her advice and head back to my room. I mean, if you want to have a real relationship with her, you gotta talk to her. You know? Like, communication is very key in relationships. Maybe I'll be able to concentrate more on my studies in there. But yeah, it's like I mean, yeah, the physical stuff is nice, but it's like, you know, you care about her, you want to get closer to her. And those kinds of talks are necessary. I leave the room after finishing my final exam and breathe a sigh of relief. As I'd hoped, the exams weren't so bad. I managed to breeze through just about everything but the English final. And even that was acceptable. I wonder how Emmy did. Even more so, how she's doing. She looked terrible at lunch today. I mean, she was pretty happy to be out of her wheelchair, but she was so exhausted. Something's been wearing her down, and I'm starting to really doubt that it was just the exams. Should I confront her about this, though? My musing is interrupted by a tap on the shoulder. Hey, Sensei! Hey, Hisao. Got a minute? This is a choice? Let's see what the guide says. I suppose I could spare a few minutes. Yeah, I've got some time. Nowhere important to be or anything like that. Muto raises an eyebrow as if questioning my statement, then beckons me back into the classroom. I guess while I'm doing that, my throat is getting awful. Alright. I wanted to get some feedback from you if I could. I know that this course wasn't quite up to your level. Don't worry about it. The science club activities more than made up for it. Did they? Well, in fact, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Do you think that was a worthwhile activity? Just for my own reference. Well, yeah, it was a great way to go further than we did in class. It was definitely worthwhile. Muto seems delighted by my response. That's great! Exactly the sort of thing I was hoping for. You know, Isao, I'm glad you came here. It's always good to have a student who really gets into the subject you teach. In a way, it makes dealing with the rest of the students more tolerable. Damn. You're a bright kid, too. You took to this stuff like duck to water, or some other such simile. Thanks. You were a great help, especially with that college stuff. There's one more thing, Isao. A bit of advice from one scientist to another. What's that? What does a scientist do? Observe the world around him. Exactly. Good. A simple question, but one that most people can't seem to answer. That's the essence of a scientist, Hisao. We observe what's there and try to figure it out. But what if there's something you can't figure out? What's a scientist to do if he can't observe something? How, for example, can we talk about quarks when nobody's ever actually seen one, or black holes when observing them directly is impossible? Well, scientific equipment's pretty advanced. Muto irritably waves away my response. No, that's not it at all. Those are tools. I'm trying to give you a philosophy. Think. If you can't observe something directly, then how can you observe it? Guess? How? How would you guess the movement of a quark? What is your guess based on? Of course. I should have thought of it earlier. The things it affects. Muto claps his hands together excitedly and whoops. Wow. Yes, exactly. Good. Good. Remember that, Isao. If you can't examine something directly, it's because you're looking at it wrong. You have to look at it differently if you want to uncover the truth. And if it eludes you, then look at what it leaves behind. That is the essence of being a scientist. We never stop looking for the answer. Never take anything for granted. Observe, experiment, and observe some more. There's a lot of stuff out there that makes no sense, Asao. Your job is to get it to make sense. If nothing else, I hope you've learned that here. I think I can remember that. Muto smiles, satisfied. Good. Now go enjoy your time off. You've earned it. Interesting that, I feel like that advice is actually going to be really good for us with Emmy. We'll get to that point eventually, I think. I leave the room feeling a little confused. What brought that on? Although, am I going about this thing with Emmy the wrong way? If she won't tell me, then can I go about it some other way? The question keeps spinning in my head, even after I made my way back to my room. What if she gets angry about it? Besides, what if it's nothing? If I go in and refuse to leave until she tells me what's wrong or something, won't that come off as clingy? I don't want to start a fight or anything over something like this. Maybe I should just drop the matter and see how she is tomorrow before I do anything. Would it be so bad to just let it go? If it's, seriously, here's the thing. If it's a 1 or 2 time thing, okay. But it's you can tell something is wrong with her. You can tell it's bothering her to the point that she is not looking great. And yet she's refusing to tell you what's wrong. I feel like at that point, it's you need to sit down and have a talk. Because, you're worried about her. You care about her. You certainly have romantic feelings for her. So I feel like it's only appropriate that you show that. It's not like we don't enjoy each other's company. But odd as it sounds, I really want to help her. I don't even know what with, or if there's anything at all she needs help for. But I want to. Suddenly, a knock at my door arouses me. God damn it, what do you want? Oh, that's scary. I open it to see Kenji. Oh, it's you.
It's me. That's it. If you had any idea what I've been through, what I've done, you'd be happier to see me, dude. I mean, that was some epic you may never see me again shit. And here you're just acting like I went down to the store for some milk. You're a cold man, Asao. I really respect that!
Thanks, I guess.
It's smart to play it safe, Don't show any emotion. Keep your cards close to your chest. Unless it's time to show your cards, or you have bad cards. Then you should fold or collect your winnings. Do you understand?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I take it the, mission went well?
Whoa, awfully nosy of you, isn't it? You can't just go saying things like that. Things are at a delicate stage. One wrong move and BAM! The invasion succeeds!
I thought you were going to blow the conspiracy wide open.
It's bigger than I thought. I need to update my charts. And probably change some of the puppets around. You want to help? I've got some whiskey from somewhere. You can fill me in on everything your investigation has turned up.
Better not. I'm, supposed to meet her today. Gotta go do that. Can't raise suspicion. Kenji nods in approval.
Still keeping it close to the chest, eh? Okay, man. I respect that. Good luck.
Thanks. What the fuck? I'm just going to pretend, for the sake of my own sanity, that he's wishing me luck in talking to Emmy. And if I squint, the whole card analogy he was talking about works here. Time to lay it all on the table. Or see if I can't get Emmy to do so, rather. With a sense of something approaching purpose, I head for Emmy's room. I hop up the stairs leading to her room and knock on her door.
Who's there?
Huh? That's odd. Her voice sounds a little choked. Hey, it's me. Thought I'd stop by.
Hisao? Come on in!
I reach down to open the door, only to find that it's locked. More and more curious. Your door's locked.
Oh yeah, sorry. Give me a minute.
In a few minutes, Emmy opens the door, grinning.
Sorry, I had to put my legs on. I was napping.
Despite her grin, there's something definitely off. Emmy's eyes are slightly red, and it looks like she's been crying. Hey, no problem. Are you okay?
Huh? Yeah, I'm fine.
It's just that you look like you've been crying. Oh yeah, Hisao, you're off to a great start on this one.
What? Nah, I'm fine. I'm just happy to see you.
She punctuates this with a long kiss that continues as the door slams shut behind us. I know what she wants to do now, and I'm also painfully aware of how badly I want to do it too, but... Don't worry, Don't worry, there's 3 sex scenes, we got through 2 of them, the 3rd one is not until the end. I will say that right now, the 3rd one is not until the end. We have a lot of time here. We don't have to do this anymore. I break the kiss with a wrench of self-control that nearly kills me. Hey, wait. Emmy's eyes crinkle in confusion.
Huh? Wait for what?
We need to talk.
Isn't that supposed to be my line? And never a good thing to say?
She's got a point. It's usually the lead-in to a breakup, or the prelude to a fight. Maybe it can be a good thing this time. Or, that's the hope anyway.
Huh. Can we at least get onto the bed? It's my first day back on these things. I'm still readjusting. Plus, the nurse said I should try to be on them less often, since running puts such a strain on them.
Can't argue with that. It's a trap. We both know it, and we both don't care. Then again, it's awfully hard to get angry while in bed with the object of your affections, so maybe there's that motivation too. I set Emmy's legs by the bedside and sit down next to her, throwing an arm around her shoulders. In silence, we just enjoy being able to be in this position again for a few minutes. Then, of course, I need to ruin it by opening my mouth. Look, I know that you've been having kind of a rough time of it lately. And I want to help you out. I thought it was just exams getting to you. But now I come to your room and you've been crying, and that kills me. But I can't do anything if you won't talk to me about it.
I told you, I'm fine.
No, you aren't. It's obvious something's eating at you. You can tell me, you know? There's the slightest increase in tension in Emmy's voice.
Why is my saying I'm fine not good enough? You're concerned, I get that. That's cool. But I'm fine, and it's nothing that you need to worry about.
Not sleeping and spacing out more than Rin doesn't strike me as being fine. I want to help.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't like seeing you like this. I want you to be happy, you know? I get the feeling that came out wrong, because Emmy fixes me with an icy stare.
So you want to fix me, Hisao?
She's definitely getting angry now.
Want to swoop in on your white charger and save the day? Stop the nightmares, the phantom limb pains? Restore what's lost?
Her voice catches in her throat, and the tears start to flow.
Well, you can't. Nobody can. Nobody will.
I'm so stunned by her sudden verbal assault that I remain quiet. Neither of us says anything for a while. I'm surprised that Emmy tightened her grip on me rather than pushing me away. After a deep breath, she starts talking again.
Look, I'm sorry. There's these nightmares about the accident.
Ah, the accident. I should have known. It took her legs after all, but it never comes up, of course.
And I usually deal with them fine because I can run. Running clears my head like nothing else. I don't have to worry about anything while I'm running. I just concentrate on breathing, on the rhythm of things. It's easier that way. Life's easier that way. Just keep moving forwards, you know? Nothing else matters. Just getting around the next curve. And then it's the next curve, and the next, until I can't go anymore, or think anymore, or do anything but slow down and walk until I catch my breath again. After something like that, nothing else matters. But I've been stuck in that goddamned wheelchair for too long, so no outlet. Today it just kind of boiled over a little.
You could have talked to me about it, you know? You didn't have to go it alone. Emmy smiles sadly, like she's trying to explain to a child that all fire burns.
Yeah, I did. And I do.
But why? Why do you have to keep going through this alone? Why can't you just trust me enough to let me help you? That smile again. Emmy leans in and kisses me on my cheek, an almost motherly gesture. She leaves her mouth close to my ear as she confesses this one thing to me.
Because, Hisao, I've already had everything I knew ripped away from me once. I don't know what I'd do if it happened again.
She pauses, as if uncertain as to whether or not she should continue. I can feel a violent churning in my gut. She continues.
So I can't rely on you. Or the nurse. Or anyone else. Just me. That's how it's got to be.
Having delivered this short speech, she looks down and covers her mouth with the back of her hand. The conversation is clearly over. I search for something to say, but can't think of anything. Maybe I should go, for now. I've got stuff. Emmy doesn't even look up. She sounds tired or relieved. I can't tell which.
Okay, Sal. Go take care of that stuff. I'll see you tomorrow.
I get off the bed and head for the door, pausing at the doorway. Hey, Emmy.
Yeah?
1,000 things I want to say. I'm too mixed up to say any of them, though. After her admitting that she'll never let me close, I feel like my world's just been ripped out from me. What happened in that accident? I know she lost her legs, but that's never seemed to bother her. What happened there? What scares a girl so badly that she won't accept help, even from someone she loves? I don't know. But I want to know. I want to know so badly that being denied that answer feels like a knife in my guts.
Hisao? You were sane?
I'm still standing in the doorway. Nothing. Never mind. And I'm closing the door and walking down the hallway, down the stairs, out the door, into the dark. Whew. That was rough. Somehow, I wander back to my own room. My brains are doing a mile a minute, going nowhere fast. can't figure out how to deal with this. I thought that moving forward was a good thing. Dwelling less on a past that I can't change. Living in the present and looking at the future. After this thing with Emmy, I'm not sure anymore. She was saying the truth. It's simpler to look at the next curve, ignoring the path gone by. No worry about the opponent left behind. No care for the spectators on the sidelines. And unfortunately, no time to watch out for lagging teammates either. I throw myself down on the bed, looking at one corner of my ceiling as if the answers I want were written there. No such luck, of course. She's literally running away from something. But have I not been doing the same thing, trying my best to forget about my hospitalization? I'm getting better, but my health isn't going to magically fix itself. Emmy has 2 legs instead of a heart to deal with, but those aren't going to magically fix themselves either. Maybe this is just as fixed as the both of us can get. The room becomes darker and darker, until I can't really tell if I'm looking at a corner anymore. Oh boy. That was a rough scene to get through. I mean, that's gotta suck, obviously, where it's like you clearly care about someone and you know that they care about you too, but something just keeps them from, like, relying on you, from trusting you to help them with their issues. And it's like, how do you deal with that? It's like, how do you deal with someone that you want to help, but they keep pushing you away? Tough question. All right. The morning comes too soon, on the heels of a sleepless night. Is this how Emmy's been spending her nights? Staring at the wall or ceiling, trying to stop thinking about whatever it is. Her, in my case. That clenched feeling in my gut is still there. I can't rely on you. Words spoken so casually. Almost like she were teasing me, or chastising me for suggesting that the earth is flat. That's how it's got to be. The way it's gotta be sucks. I'm feeling so miserable that I very nearly decide to skip the run. That would be stupid, though. It's not something I should do just to see her. Sure, that was the original reason, but it's something more now. I've started to enjoy the running itself. There are worse ways to get the blood flowing anyway. Never thought I'd say it after that first week or so, but I feel a lot better after a run. Like no matter what else I do today, I've at least done that one thing. It wakes me up too. And Emmy herself said that running always clears her mind. Maybe it'll help clear mine. I hope so. Alright, I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. My throat is feeling dry, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Throat is getting a little bit sore, but we can do a few more of this. Alright. The morning is cool and clear, if a bit humid. Summer's making itself known, it seems. Emmy's already stretching out when I arrive, and greets me with a smile and a wave.
Hey, Hisao!
The sight of her so chipper is like a kick in the nuts. Honestly, that's fair. How can she be so happy after yesterday? I give a half wave, and I'm surprised to receive a hug.
Hey, about last night.
Here it comes.
I wanted to say thanks. I actually managed to get some sleep for the first time in a while, and I think it's because of our talk. So thanks.
How could she sleep better after our chat? She basically told me that she wouldn't get any closer to me. And that let her sleep well? Excuse me, but what the hell? Emmy either doesn't notice my bafflement or chooses not to notice. No telling with her anymore. Oh, no problem. Glad it helped. The venom that threatens to drip into my voice is controlled for now, but I think I'd better start running now before I do anything stupid. Yeah, I mean, that's gotta fucking suck. Oofity oof oof oof. Emmy seems equally willing to get started, and before long we're darting around the track. I can tell she feels more relaxed. Her running has gone back to the more graceful movements I remember from when I first watched her. It's a stark contrast to the almost brutal way she's been hurling herself around the track these past few days. Our talk really does seem to have helped her. A pity it couldn't help me. I get into the rhythm of the running, thinking back to when I couldn't afford thinking about anything else but keeping my breathing steady and legs moving. Guess those days are gone. At least for the first couple of laps. Annoyed at the lack of success I'm having with clearing my head, I increase the pace. There's the burning sensation in my legs. The breath's coming ragged in my chest, the pounding of my heart, which I still need to be careful about. But it does seem to have gotten stronger. I can feel it pumping blood through my veins. The sound thrums in my ears, but instead of being panicked as I was that day in the snow, I'm instead filled with elation. Yes, it's working. My heart, that fatal flaw that landed me here, has improved. I'm able to keep going now, and maybe one day I'll be able to stop worrying as much. Right now, it doesn't matter that I have no idea what to do about Emmy and me. All that matters is that my arms and legs continue to pump in concert with one another. Nothing else. As I hit the final stretch, I remind myself that running really does help, though not as much as I'd hoped. I do feel better, and as I walk a few laps to cool down, I begin to remember last night in a slightly less emotional manner. Emmy wants me to stay distant from her. I can't bring myself to do so. There's gotta be a way around this, some kind of middle ground I can reach. Not sure what that middle ground is, though. Damn, I was almost feeling optimistic.
Nice run, Hisao! You've really improved!
Nice run. That's all I can hope for now, isn't it? Congratulations, Hisao. You're pathetic. I gotta change my attitude. Well, you know, I am pretty awesome. And yet I just keep saying things that I don't mean. Any second now I'll be as good at hiding my problems as Emmy is.
I like to think so.
Why does she do this to me? Say something like that with such real affection in her voice that it makes my heart leap. She doesn't mean it. She can't. I must be doing a worse job than I thought, because Emmy peers closely at me.
Hey, you feeling okay? Maybe we should get to the nurse, huh?
Yeah, I hate to keel over on you. Emmy looks a little shocked at my bitter tone.
Don't say things like that. You've already done it once before, you know.
Why does she act so affectionate? She doesn't really care. I thought she made that clear. But despite all of that, I find myself apologizing, even though I shouldn't have to. Even though she's probably just putting on an act. Sorry. Come on, let's see the nurse. I can't get myself to calm down the whole time. You're looking at the problem wrong, Hisao. You're assuming that she doesn't care about you. What if the thing is, she cares a whole lot about you, but something is forcing her to keep that distance from you? Every time it feels like I've gotten over what happened last night, Emi does something or says something that shows affection, and I'm back to the beginning. The image of her ending that conversation haunts me. It was like the final twist of the knife that left me feeling bereft of any hope that Emi and I could be more than what we are. And what are we at this point? Little more than friends who happen to fuck. And really, it's not like I don't enjoy the time I spend with her. Said so the other day myself. I very nearly didn't even bring anything up with her. Was just gonna hop on in there and let it ride, wasn't I? With this running through my head, I find myself in front of the nurse's office, still brooding as he checks out Emi. Emi comes bounding out of the door, gives me a kiss, and darts off to shower, I assume. Meanwhile, the nurse beckons me into his office to give me the ritual once-over. Any problems today? Oh, everything. Nah, I haven't pushed it a little harder today than I have in the past, and I seemed able to handle it. That's uncharacteristically risky coming from you, Hisao. You've been hanging out with Emi too much. She's rubbed off on you, and not necessarily in a good way. At the mention of Emi's name, I can't help but frown unhappily in spite of my efforts at control. Well now, this is new, don't you think? Last I checked, your usual response to Emi's name was a grin, not a frown. What exactly happened between you two? Because Emi doesn't seem to be in on it, whatever it is. She looked more relaxed than I've seen her in weeks, which is unusual for this time of the year. What do you mean by that? By what? For this time of year. I keep trying to find out what's been bothering her, but she clams up as soon as I broach the subject. Then last night she said... Let me guess. She won't tell you because she says she can't trust you? And now you're crushed because you thought that the two of you were so much more than she seems to think, right? More or less. How the heck did you know? Hisao, I'm the nurse. It's my job to know these things. Plus, I've known Emi for long enough to know that she tried to do something like this. It's just like her. He says this in the sort of half-affectionate, half-frustrated tone that would seem more appropriate if he had a cigarette dangling from his lips. As it is, he seems willing to make do with a pen. Look, you mind if I give you some advice? I mean, that would be wonderful, my guy! Sure, why the fuck not? I need something! What was it Muto said yesterday? If you can't observe the thing, then observe what's around it? Worth a shot. The nurse knows Emi better than I do, I'll wager. Sure, I'm open to suggestions. Honestly, I'm kind of lost. I've got no idea how to deal with this. I never would have guessed. He grins while he says this. I think he's kidding. Look, here's the deal. Emi is... stubborn. You should know that by now, and if you don't, then you're pretty unobservant. But I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here. I'm so grateful. Anyway, if she's decided that she doesn't want to talk about what happened, then she's not going to talk about what's happened. Has she said anything about what's been bothering her? Even a hint? Well, she did say she'd been having nightmares about the accident. Really? You're making progress then. That's good. Well, I guess I can fill you in on this without violating my strict non-interference policy when it comes to Emi making stupid decisions. The anniversary of her accident is coming up soon. She gets depressed around this time, because it was a pretty traumatic event considering what she lost. That's the other thing. She acted like she lost more than just her legs. What happened? Whoa! Nope, not going there. You'll have to ask someone else about that, because that's a whole can of worms I'm not about to open. If Emmy wants you to know, she'll tell you in her own time. You've just gotta be patient, that's all. Why are you even helping me with all this? Because you're good for her. She trusts you, even if you don't think she does. And you've got the best chance out of anyone at this school right now to help her through this time of year. She won't accept my help, but she might accept yours if you don't screw it up. So don't screw it up, got it? Uh-huh. Whatever I do. I open my mouth to respond, but a knocking sound at the door interrupts me.
Hey, you guys still in there?
Just a moment, Emmy. Give us a second to get our pants back on. Shut the fuck up, my guy! I was gonna say, shut the fuck up! The door bursts open and Emmy glares knives at the nurse.
Asshole!
Didn't mean to get your hopes up. Hey, can we leave me out of this? Anyway, what's up, Emmy? Forget something? I try to take a more cheerful tone with her. No need to upset her. Two can play the everything's fine game.
Actually, I forgot to ask you something.
Oh, what's that?
Do you want to come with me on a trip to my house? My mom's making dinner, and I thought you might want to join us.
Well, of course I accept. Emmy punches the nurse in the arm playfully.
Not you, idiot. You were over last week. I was talking to Hisao.
Oh, how interesting. Meeting the parents. Yeah, that should show you right then and there that's like, oh, she definitely cares about you because this is a pretty serious event. I'd love to go, Emmy. Thanks. The nurse raises an eyebrow but says nothing.
Great! I'll be in my room, swing by after you shower, and change into something clean and we'll grab the bus.
Sounds good. I'll see you in a bit. This time, it's me who leans in for a quick kiss before darting off to my room. What an interesting development. Maybe we're getting closer after all. Maybe Emmy's finally ready to open up a little. Or maybe she's just being polite and a free meal seems like a good way to apologize for last night. Great. Now I can't decide whether to be excited, nervous, or depressed. I settle for a combination of all three and hop in the shower. Hey, break time. I know we're 5 hours in, but I want to keep going. But hey, we're gonna be meeting Emmy's mom. Well, we already met her mom. But we're gonna be meeting her as Emmy's boyfriend. Like, that's exciting. I don't think I like riding on buses. Actually, I think I'm pretty comfortable saying that as a fact. They sway a lot, and they smell funny, and you can feel every bump in the road. I'm really not looking forward to this. Plus, Emmy's legs keep making a clanking noise that draws the attention of everyone else on the bus. She's in shorts again, and she's got long socks drawn up on her prosthetics so they don't look so obviously false again. But that doesn't stop the odd look or two every time her legs bump together with an audible clunk. I shift nervously in my seat, and Emmy raises an eyebrow questioningly. She doesn't seem to mind the stares. Either that, or she doesn't even notice that people are staring. I'm sure she's gotten her fill of odd looks before. After a certain amount of time, I doubt she'd notice anymore. Not that she'd ever tell me if I asked. Another fact is, I'm not just uncomfortable about the bus. I can't seem to come to terms with the fact that Emmy appears to be trying to bring me closer, while at the same time pushing me away. The nurse said she trusts me, even if it doesn't look like it. But I'm not sure I can trust the nurse. He's protective of Emmy, just like I'm protective of Emmy, and I'd be likely to say something to make her look good if someone asked me about her. So he might just be doing that. Still, there was something about the way he seemed genuinely surprised that Emmy invited me along. Maybe last night's talk helped more than I think, but I'm still worried. Meeting the parents is a big deal, right? Not that I haven't already met Emmy's mother, but that was just as an acquaintance. Now it's going to be as Emmy's boyfriend, with everything that implies. I can feel my heart pounding in my chest, an echo of that snow-covered afternoon that feels like it was so long ago that it might as well be another life entirely. Except then, I didn't know what was going on. I also didn't have medication to help prevent things spiraling out of control. I've come a long way in terms of my physical health, and for the second time today, I feel like I'll be able to live normally now, or at least as normally as possible. Now, if only I can manage my relationship as well as I've managed my heart, I'd be in great shape. You'll be fine.
Well, we're here.
Emmy grabs my hand as soon as we've stepped off the bus. She starts heading down the street almost immediately.
Come on, we've got a couple blocks until my place.
What? Oh, okay. Well, this is a nice street. God, my back is actually starting to ache. I don't know when we're gonna end, honestly. I actually thought we'd be in Act 4 already. When does Act 4 begin? There's not many scenes in Act 4, is there? I follow Emmy down the street, watching her confident stride. She's setting kind of a quick pace for just a walk. I guess she's anxious to get there. So, does your mom do this sort of thing often?
Not too frequently. Mom's never been much for playing hostess.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, my dad was always the one pushing her to have people over.
This sudden unprompted reference to her father catches me off guard. And from the look on Emmy's face, I'm not sure she meant to mention him. I think I've only ever heard her talk about him once. All I remember is that Emmy's mom told me that he wasn't around anymore. Oh? Your mom prefers solitude? Emmy laughs, either from relief that I didn't ask about her father, or from finding my statement actually funny.
Not at all! She's why I'm such an outgoing person, you know? She just prefers to be a guest rather than a hostess. It's less stressful that way, or so she says.
Clearly she's never had to meet her girlfriend's mother for dinner. Emmy giggles again and speaks in a teasing tone.
Nervous, Asao? You shouldn't be, you know? It's not that big a deal. Just dinner at my house, that's all.
Yeah, but have you ever brought home a boyfriend before? I confess that part of me dreads hearing the answer to this. I know very little of Emmy's past relationships. I don't even know if there were past relationships.
No, I guess I haven't. Hey, maybe this really is kind of a big deal after all.
Oh good, now I feel twice as nervous. Though to tell the truth, I'm pretty happy to hear that I'm the first one. Yeah, exactly, like that should tell you something that's like, hey, she clearly thinks highly enough of you to do this. Maybe we've got something special after all. Bolstered by this new thought, Okay, my mouth is starting to hurt. I've managed to calm down considerably by the time Emmy knocks on her front door.
Hey, Mom! Open up! We're here!
God, you really do see how much they look alike. The door swings open, and Mrs. Ibarazaki stands, grinning at her daughter. The grin is still surprisingly similar to Emmy's. I'm never going to get used to that. You know, people normally wait for a few minutes before they start shouting at the door.
And most mothers say hello to their daughters instead of scolding them right away.
Of course. Welcome home, dear. I've missed you. This is so American. There's no way this is a Japanese home. This is no way. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but this does not look like a Japanese home at all. This looks American as fuck. An affectionate hug later, we're inside, and it is only then that Emi's mom seems to remember that I'm actually here. And hello to you too, Asao. How are you? I'm quite well, thank you. Nice to not have school to worry about for a little bit. Ah yes, you finished up your exams, haven't you? That must be quite a relief for you both. It's certainly a weight off of my mind, that's for sure.
Mine too! I think I slept well for the first time in weeks last night from relief alone.
If this news is a surprise to Emi's mother, she doesn't show it. Still, her response betrays a note of interest. Is that so? I'm very glad to hear that, Emi. You know I get worried when you get all wound up about, well, exams. Certainly Emi's mother knows something I don't. Or rather, she doesn't know that Emi's told me about the nightmares. It's interesting being able to observe how Mrs. Ibarazaki covers for Emi. That protective instinct to make sure that I don't know any more about than Emi's willing to tell me. I suppose Emi's got more in common with Quarks than I ever realized. Moves around fast, impossible to understand through direct observation, yet she has an effect on everyone she encounters. I wonder if Mrs. Ibarazaki will figure out that I know about the nightmares, or is she just keeping everything secret from everybody?
Yeah, it's not been as bad this year as in the past. Hisao helped me to stay focused.
Okay, I know that's not true. She even cut off contact outside of school hours during exam week. But she did see me during the day, and she told me more than once that the morning run was the only thing she looked forward to during exams, so maybe it's not that much of a lie. Either way, to hear that being around has helped even a little makes me feel a bit better. Emi's mother raises an eyebrow at this statement. Either she doesn't believe Emi, or she's as surprised as I am. Well, then it appears that it's a good thing you two have become so close. I tell you to take good care of my daughter, Hisao, but it looks like you're already doing that. Emi grins at this, and seems to take pride in my having managed to ingratiate myself with her mother so easily. Actually, I'd say your daughter's been the one taking care of me. She's gotten me out and running. I've probably been more active since meeting her than I ever was, even before... I'd actually never thought of it that much, nor had I ever appreciated the humor in it. I wasn't too active before the heart attack. Pickup games of soccer don't really count since they weren't that common. So now that I know for sure that I have a weak heart, now I run every day, pushing my luck with the help of my medication. I chuckled quietly, then realized that I never finished my sentence. Well, before I had my heart attack and wound up at school here. It comes out so casually. There was a time that I would have thought twice about talking about what was wrong with me at all. But now it just seems silly to care, especially in the company of Emi and her mother. If Emi can be cavalier about her disability, then so can I. Progress! I think back to the track meet, where Emi declared herself the fastest thing on no legs. The fact of her obvious loss has never seemed to bother her, at least not in public. Being stuck in the wheelchair frustrated her, I know, but even that was something she dealt with on her own, despite my efforts to the contrary. Emi has a way of bringing out the more active side in people. I've never quite figured out how she does it. Those puppy dog eyes she gets for starters. I'm not surprised that she managed to rope you into an exercise routine. If Ring weren't just as stubborn as she is, I'm sure that Emi would have gotten her out and running with you too.
Oh, that reminds me! Ren says hello.
I've drifted to the outer edges of the conversation again as we move into the dining room to eat. It smells delicious in here, and the spread that Emi's mom has produced is impressive.
Whoa, you've made enough to feed an army in here!
Is it too much? Well, you can always take some leftovers with you when you go. That sounds great. I can only handle cafeteria food for so long. Something home-cooked would be a welcome change of pace.
what he said. Thanks, Mom.
The food tastes as good as it smells, and there's a lull in the conversation while we all dig in. Emmy assaults her plate with the usual amount of gusto, and I'll admit that I set a pretty fast pace myself. So, Hisao, I hear that you and my daughter here have gotten rather close, The urge to say something like, not really, is so strong that I open my mouth to say it, but then reassert control. We are close, there's no getting around it. I mean, Emmy's brought me here, hasn't she? Fortunately, both Emmy and her mother seem to take my reaction as a sign that I'm caught off guard, rather than considering saying something cruel. I suppose we have. I blame the morning runs myself.
You make it sound like a bad thing, Hisao.
Well, I, for one, found it a relief. Why's that? Emmy's always been a popular girl, but never made it many close friends. This is a bit of news to me. I've always seen Emmy chatting with her classmates in the hallways. And certainly the whole track team seems to love her. But it is true that she chooses to isolate herself during lunch with Rin and me. Not exactly the sort of behavior one expects from a popular girl, after all. Then again, I've experienced her unwillingness to get close firsthand, so I can't say I'm that surprised. I was beginning to have my doubts. Emmy rolls her eyes to the ceiling and grumbles something I can't quite make out. Huh?
What?
What's that you just said?
Nothing.
Mrs. Ibarazaki chokes on her drink with laughter. You've been hanging out with the nurse too long, Emmy. I'm going to have to talk to him about corrupting my daughter. Somehow I don't think that would be very effective.
I learned most of it from you anyway, not the nurse.
Don't listen to her, Hisao. She's a born liar.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I don't know, Emmy. I think your mother has a point.
What? You traitor! You're supposed to take my side in this!
Yeah, but you did lie about your leg after the meet. Ow! A kick in the shins from an unmistakably plastic foot cuts me off, but not before Mrs. Ibarazaki's eyebrows shoot upwards. What about your leg?
It wasn't a big deal, that's all. I just was in a wheelchair for a bit.
The last few mumbled words were quickly deciphered by Emmy's mother. I suspect she has experience with this sort of thing, and a worried frown appears on her face. So that's why he kept dodging my calls. Oh, Emmy, I know how much you hate being in a wheelchair. No wonder you've been in such a mood lately. Yeah, she's much happier on her feet, so to speak. Well, of course. She spent enough time in a chair just after the accident. She didn't get prosthetics immediately? She probably had to recover herself! No, she had to finish healing up before they let her start the sort of therapy you've got to go through to adjust to those things. Especially since she wanted to run on them. I had no idea.
Yeah, it sucked. Oh, did you see Rin's mural at the festival?
There we go. She changed the subject. Emmy's sudden change of topic makes me realize belatedly that she's been fidgeting the whole time her mother and I have been talking. I should have figured on her being a little skittish when it comes to talking about the accident, even around her mother. No, I didn't make it out to the festival, remember? Although I caught a glimpse of it at your track meet, it seemed pretty weird to me.
I think that's more or less what she was going for. She talked a lot about it being dreamlike, or trying to make it dreamlike.
Rin's art is one of those things I don't think I'll ever understand.
That's not surprising. I don't think Rin expects to be understood. She told me once that art allows people to understand stuff they wouldn't understand otherwise. But all the same, she doesn't think it actually works that way.
I'm surprised that Emmy's talked about this with Rin extensively enough to actually have Rin's opinion, such as it is. Although I expect that Rin could not, if she were so inclined, say the same thing about Emmy's. Unless, of course, Emmy is purposely keeping me in the dark about everything. Which is likely, but unpleasant to think about. I drift down this unpleasant train of thought for a while, losing track of the conversation. Hey, Emmy, I've been meaning to ask.
Huh?
Are you going to visit your father this year? Uh-oh. From the way she says it, you'd think Emmy's mother was talking about the weather. From the way Emmy reacts, it's clearly not the weather they're talking about. She flinches, a slight jerk at the head backwards as if she's just been slapped in the face.
Can we talk about this later?
Her voice sounds brittle, strained. It looks as if she's been severely shaken by the question. It seems that Mrs. Ibarazaki misjudged just how close Emmy and I are. Some things, it seems, are best not conversed about with me around. Her father is one of these things. The accident that took her legs is probably another one of those things, if her reaction to the earlier conversation between her mother and myself is any indication. It doesn't take Emmy's mother long to realize she's screwed up. Of course we can, dear. I'm sorry to bring it up. I just wanted to ask so I can make plans.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Emmy fidgets nervously, as if embarrassed by her own reaction. I confess that her reaction is confusing. She only just mentioned her father to me earlier today, less than a few hours ago even. Why does a simple question about when she'll visit her father cause such a strong reaction? Unless whatever serenity she claimed to have reached by means of our talk the previous evening has suddenly evaporated. Or it didn't help as much as she thought, or claimed.
I'll, be right back. Gotta visit the little girl's room.
Oh boy! Hi, hello, how are you? Emmy gets up suddenly and leaves the table, leaving me and Mrs. Ibarazaki alone. I'm a little conflicted. Should I go after her, or should I stay here? It's obvious that Emmy's departure was not based on the call of nature. Something's bothering her, and I have to know what it is. How to go about it. Oh boy, so I think this is the last choice of the route, too. Talk to her mom. Oh boy. So apparently, the funny thing is that if you choose to go after her, this leads to a bad ending. Dude, so do not do that. Oh wait, no. This isn't a bad ending. But basically, this right here leads to another choice where you can get the bad ending, or you can get an alternate way to get back to the good ending that this will provide. So what I'm gonna do is I'm not here to get 100% completion. I'm gonna do this instead of just doing the rigmarole thing, like just the roundabout way. So yeah. Sorry, Emmy. Love you, baby. Alright. There's an awkward silence at the table for a while after Emmy dashes off. I can't think of anything to say. Emmy's mother sighs, breaking the silence. Sorry about that, Hisao. I sometimes forget that Emmy's touchy about certain subjects. And I was talking about the wheelchair thing, too. Should I go after her? Heavens, no! She didn't leave the table to continue the conversation, you know. But if she's troubled, shouldn't someone help her? If it were anyone else, I'd say yes. But my daughter's stubborn as a mule, and if she wants to be alone, it's best to let her be alone. Otherwise, she'll probably say something she'd regret, which will cause you to say something you'd regret, and I would prefer that dinner doesn't end with one or the both of you storming out of the house. So I guess that's what happens if you pick the other choice. Good thing. If that were to happen, I'd be a terrible hostess, wouldn't I? I've already acted as a fool once today. That's okay. I shouldn't have brought up the wheelchair, apparently. Mrs. Ibarazaki frowns, clearly more bothered by Emi's omission than she'd let on. I wish she wouldn't do that. It just makes me worry more, you know? She does this often? What, running off to the bathroom? No, I can't say she does. Keep injuries from her mother, though? Well, that's a little more common. Every time I catch her lying like that, she assures me that the only reason she didn't tell me is because it wasn't a big deal. If it's any consolation, I'm sure the only reason I knew about it at all was because I saw her every day. This elicits a dry chuckle from across the table. Mrs. Ibarazaki sighs, a little sadly. Still hesitant about getting close to people, huh? I keep hoping that she'll get over that. It's funny, really. She's bounced back so well from the accident in so many ways. I guess some things never really go away. From the looks of it, the whole thing still bothers her, too. She seems to be a little more willing to talk about the accident without Emi around, though. Hey, I've got a question of that, if it's alright. Oh? What else did Emi lose in that accident? The nurse said that she gets this way near the anniversary, and she won't talk about it to me. So you thought I'd fill you in, yeah, hopefully. Well, there's a problem with that request, you know. Let me guess. You promised Emi that you wouldn't tell anyone she didn't want to know, and you don't know if she wants me to know. Something like that. I promised Emi that she'd be the one to tell people the full story. But isn't that important? I mean, it's clearly had a huge effect on her if she's still like this so long after the accident happened. That's true. It did have a long-lasting effect on her. There are a few things that she'll probably never really get over. For a moment, Mrs. Ibarazaki looks incredibly saddened, as if an old wound is bothering her. I suppose there are a few things I'll never really get over either. Another dry chuckle, and with a shake of her head, Emi's mother banishes the memory. Look, there's something you absolutely must understand about the way Emi thinks about the accident. What's that? It wasn't a big deal. Somehow I managed to keep my mouth from falling open in surprise, but it takes some effort. That has to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I beg your pardon? Okay, maybe it's not that simple, but it's a pretty accurate summation. Emi believes that the accident did not define her, and that everything she lost that day didn't define her either. She's not that girl who lost her legs, she's the fastest thing on no legs. Her optimism and energy came out of that wreck without a scratch as far as she's concerned. Yet it goes beyond that, doesn't it? I mean, last night she told me that she refused to rely on me because it would make losing me too painful. Not really. You said she won't tell you about the accident, even though you've asked her about it before. The reason she won't talk about it when you ask is because to her, it's not something you absolutely need to know. Even if she wasn't terrified of getting too close to anyone, she still wouldn't talk about it. She's afraid of being close to me? Oh, goodness me, yes. For all that talk about being unscathed by the accident, she's gained the ugly knowledge of how quickly it can all be over. So she's not going to let people get especially close to her, and she certainly would resent any implication that she cannot work through this on her own. But I don't think she can. Oh no? Are you sure you've been dating my daughter and not somebody else? Trust me, Hisao, she could get through it on her own. But she has nightmares and can't sleep well and she does this every year. Tell me, if she wasn't able to get through it on her own, do you really think she'd still be alive? She would have killed herself or something equally melodramatic. So what, I shouldn't try to help her? I didn't say that. I hate seeing my daughter like this, and knowing that she can rely on someone else would let me relax. You just need to understand that accepting help goes against everything Emi thinks about herself and the way the world works. If you still want to offer her help, then I guess that's your call. Honestly, I'd like you to, but it'd be silly not to warn you that it's not going to be easy. You just need to be patient with her. She's already closer to you than anyone else she's ever met at Yamaku. Well, it sure doesn't feel like we're very close. Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Good. That makes this part easier.
Emi's voice nearly gives me a heart attack. Whoa! Didn't hear you come back, Emi.
How convenient.
Wait, were you eavesdropping?
Nope. Just happened to come back at the right moment, I guess.
Emi, Hisao was just... Emi holds up a finger, cutting her mother off.
On his way out of the house? Yeah, I know.
Emi's trembling with anger now, looking vaguely betrayed. Emi, don't be ridiculous. We were just...
You promised!
The pain carried in that last word is almost too much for me to bear. The idea that I could hurt her that much is like being kicked in the gut. Emi's mother looks similarly pained by the thought. And I kept that promise! Just listen, there's no reason to go throwing people out of the house! Emi's mother seems to be both angry at her daughter's outburst and embarrassed that I'm a witness to it. There's only one real solution to this problem, I think. It's okay. I'll go. Now really, that seems a little unnecessary. Don't worry about it. Thank you for dinner, Mrs. Ibarazaki, and for the advice. It was my pleasure, Hisao. I'm sorry we didn't get to the dessert. That's okay. I have to watch what I eat anyway. Good evening, Emi, Mrs. Ibarazaki. The formality of our conversation, coupled with the fact that I'm getting ready to leave, seems to snap Emi out of her anger.
No, wait. I'm sorry. I've been so... And after last night, I just thought... You don't have to go. I take it back. It's okay.
Oh. Think she realized that she fucked up? But it's like, listen, I don't think it's a good idea to stay. I can't help but smile slightly. She can barely articulate her apology, and I really would like to stay. But I don't think I can, right now. I need to think about what her mother said, and about what I'm going to do about us. I don't want to risk accidentally getting Emi angry again in her current state, either. No, I think I'd better leave. You seem pretty shook up, and well, I'd only wind up trying to help you again. I know you'd prefer I didn't, so I'm going to leave instead.
But...
Hey, it's not a problem. You don't want a knight on a white charger, right? Just promise me one thing, okay?
What?
Don't be angry at your mom, okay? She was just giving me some advice, that's all. Emi nods, hesitantly. This simple idea is all that she can grab onto at this point. She's so terribly off balance, but I can't do anything about that right now.
Okay.
See you tomorrow, okay? We're running in the morning, don't forget! I can see that I've hurt Emi by deciding to leave. But there's nothing I can do for her as things stand, and I know that she's too stubborn to admit that she wants me to stick around. I watch various emotions cross Emi's face as she tries to process everything that's just happened. Shortly comes that calm look again, like last night, and that voice that tries so hard to sound careless.
Sure, Hisao. See you around.
Both of us are unwilling to concede emotion at this point, and I'm having a hard time keeping up my facade. So I turn on my heel and walk out the door. I shut it behind me slowly, pausing for a moment as the latch catches my hand on the doorknob. Did I make the right decision just now? Should I have stayed and tried to work things out? No, I decide. Not in front of her mother like that. In spite of everything, I'd rather keep Emi's mother insulated from the sort of anger that surfaced last night. Even though she's probably used to it, some protective instinct wants me to keep Emi's image as a cheerful girl intact. With a start, I realize my hand is still resting on the knob. I take my hand away, put it in my pocket, and head down the slowly darkening street. Alright, I think after this scene is over, we'll head off because it's been 5.5 hours and my back is aching. I let out a long breath. The wait until tomorrow morning comes isn't going to be easy. In any case, I have to think on what to say to Emi. I must apologize, and I must get through to her somehow. On that account, something has been on my mind for most of the way back to my room. The letter of apology from Iwanako. I was so concerned about my new life when I received it that I didn't even bother to really read it. Now that I find myself in a similar position, my curiosity got rekindled. What did she want to let me know so badly? If nothing else, reading her thoughts might help me frame mine. I remember tossing it away. Damn, where did I throw that thing? I check under my desk. That turns up nothing, so I look for harder to reach, more unlikely locations. Well, now I know where that lost sock went anyway, at least. Still no letter, though. You can tell just how much I've been talking because I'm not able to pronounce words as much anymore. My jaw is tired. It's when I try sweeping my arm under my nightstand that I feel something crinkly jam between it and the wall. Grunting a little with the effort, I reach for my prize and soon manage to bring it into the light. Bingo. How are we not on Act 4 yet? I sit at my desk and spread the crumpled paper open. A flick turns on the table light. Skipping past the empty pleasantries, I look for the point where I stopped reading. Here it is. Here we go. There are other things I want to say. I'm writing to you because I felt that there are things I should have said after the incident back in winter. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and I have no excuse for it. The truth is, the times when I visited you at the hospital made me worried about you. I'm not talking about your health. You seemed to become more distant and disheartened. It was natural after something like that happened, I'm sure, but somehow I got the feeling that you had given up on something back then. Happiness, maybe? Giving up on happiness. This sounds unpleasantly familiar. I wanted to somehow express my feelings, but the right words didn't come to me. I couldn't say anything to comfort you. I'm really sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most, even though I like you so much. At least now, finally, I can be more honest. If I could go back to those quiet days in February and March, I'd tell you to not give up on yourself. That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have drifted so far away if I had just said something. I hope you've managed to get back on your feet on your own. Now that the distance between us is also physical, it also feels more final somehow. I wonder if we will meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't. Still, if you would like to correspond with me, by all means write me back. I'd very much like to hear about your new school and how you're doing. I wish you all the best. Sincerely, Iwanako. My jaw is so sore. After finishing reading the letter, I smoothed it out carefully and set it aside on my desk. Thank you, Iwanako. I wanted to answer yes to your question on that snowy winter day, but I never got to. By the time we met again, it was too late. Or so I thought. What would have happened if I had behaved differently, back in that dismally sterile hospital room? I'm sorry. There's no point in wondering now, but there's no hope in trying to forget either. I am who I am because of all that happened to me, and all I look forward to experience. Present, future, and past. And the past may have just taught me an important lesson now. Oh, is this Act 4? Yay! Act 4, Motion. And that's where we're gonna end. It's been 5.5 hours. We got through a whole ass act. A swing and a miss. Oh boy. Let's see how that fills up our little thing here. Hey! How are we doing in terms of this? 41! Oh my god! One, two, three, four, five. 5 scenes? Alright. Alright, that pretty much just settles it right there. Well, actually, I kind of wonder if one of these scenes is possible that it's the bad ending. Well, it could be this, too. But look at that, we're almost halfway complete. Yay. I wonder, do we have most of the jukebox? 1, 2... Oh, we're just missing 2 songs, okay. See, can I get away with saying? Okay. Still have some Emmy CGs we need to get. Actually, that could be some of... Well, could it be Rin's? Well, I guess these are Emmys. Alright. But look at that. Alright. Why'd I open a private window? I meant to do that. Oh my god, my jaw is sore. Holy. Just getting things set up. All right. Here we go. Ah, my throat is sore. But hey, at least we got through it. Oh wait, do I have this set to loop? Yeah, I do. I was like, do I have the music? But yay! So yeah, we're almost done with Emmy's Route, and yeah, I wanted to look at Act 4 to see like how many scenes do we have of that, and yeah, I think that pretty much just solidifies that like yeah, we are gonna be finishing off Emmy's Route next month, just so it's not awkward. But yeah, Just so it's not awkward. But yeah, it's just like, have you guys figured out what the issue is for Emi's route yet? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's clear. Like, Emi is refusing to let us get close, you know, by pushing us away, but yet we're also closer to her than anybody's been since the accident. So that pretty much just, you know, shows. I don't know, it's just... we'll get the... Well, yeah, we're almost close. We're almost to the end of Emi's route. And again, I will say, it is a really nice, like... showing of an actual relationship. But yeah, so it's like the fact, you know, so it's like, yeah, Emi telling, I will say, like, those are some kind of those two scenes in particular are just very, like, rough, because it's like, you know, I mean, because you had the one where Emi tells Hisao, like, I can't let you get close because I don't want to experience that loss again. You know, and we'll find out exactly how much she lost in that accident. Outside of her legs. But, you know, and then, you know, but then of course, like, Emi getting, like, angry at both Hisao and her mother, because her mother is just telling Hisao, like, listen, my daughter, I wish she would accept your help, but I can't make her. I wish I could, but I can't. You know. You know, and again, like, Emi getting upset at Hisao because it's like... I mean, I think her reaction towards him, like... I think her reaction towards, you know, towards Hisao saying, like, I'll just leave. I think she kind of realized that she went too far. Like, she was upset, obviously, because it does feel like a, you know, a betrayal, in a way. But I think she also kind of realized that, like... well, Hisao is asking for help on how to help her because she's not really doing it, you know, because she's not really, like, giving him anything to help with, to go with. There we go, that's it. I think she understands that, like, he wants to help her, but she doesn't want that. I don't know, I think she kind of just realized, like, he does care about her enough so to the point that he's willing to ask for help, but it's that knee-jerk reaction. And I will say, too, like, the fact that Hisao was very much, like, was very much, you know, was choosing to walk away instead of trying to work things out. It's like, I need to figure out how I'm gonna go about this. I need to get my thoughts in order, which is good, because it's like, yeah, both of you are kind of in a position where you accidentally say the wrong thing, you're gonna get pretty emotional, you're gonna get upset, and you're gonna say things you don't mean, you're gonna regret, and then by the time you realize it, it might be too late. So yeah, step away from a fight when you can. You know? And again, the fact that, you know, and the fact that, like, you can very much tell, I think you can tell just from, like, that talk from Muto about, like, you know, you gotta look at the problem from a different angle. It's like, that's a good way to think about it with Emi. Because Hisao was initially assuming that Emi telling him that she can't let him get close to her is because she doesn't reciprocate his feelings. She doesn't care that way about him like he does her. You know, but when you think about it and look at it from a different perspective, it's like, oh no, she cares a lot about him. But it's fear that keeps her from, you know, admitting it to him and probably even herself. Because she's scared of losing him. But why is that? We'll find out. Anyway. So, when's the last of Emi's route gonna be? The 28th of January. Makes sense. Alright, so the 28th of January, will be, the end of Emmy's route. Because, again, we only have a few scenes left, and it's probably not going to be that long. I do know that in one of those scenes is going to be a sex scene. But I think, if anything, I think if I'm remembering that sex scene right, that's actually probably, like, one of my favorites among Katawa Shoujo. Because I think it's actually a really sweet one. But we'll see when we get there. But yeah, 28th of January, and of course at the same time as always of 8 p.m. Central Standard. Hopefully, this New Year's Eve was great for the rest of you. It was for me, especially having to read out 2 smut scenes in a row. And again, I hope to God YouTube does not ban me for accidentally showing tits. Again, the first sex scene, we were on it. You probably got like a frame. Like you would have to scrub through that scene to see the titty. But the second one caught me off guard. I wasn't ready. Please, YouTube, do not ban me. Like, I'll figure out a way to like, if I have to age restrict this VOD, fine, so be it. It's not like my fucking VOD, it's not like the streams reach out there anyway with the algorithm. But still, it's like, I mean, at the very least, all you got was just was a bare chest. Like, that's it. At least you guys didn't see, like, the doggy style CG. Because that was fucking, it was so weird. It's still so fucking funny. Again, do not consider me as a reputable source of sex education. Especially, since I'm a virgin and most of my sex education comes from fucking fanfics, which is not a good reputable source. But it's like, again, if you're going to go anal with somebody, like, obviously lube is important. They got that right, at least. But there's also preparation. And also just relaxing and breathing. I mean, at the very least, at least he helped to get her off by stimulating her clit. That's fine. I mean, I know they didn't say that word, but I think that's the implication. But hey, you know what? They tried it. It didn't work. They're fine. And would you believe me if I said that, like, there's a little bit more variety in future sex scenes with the other girls? We'll get to them when we get to them, but still. Anyway. I still can't fucking believe that we ended the year off with that scene. Can't believe, like, it flicked over to the new year. Because of that fucking scene. Like, me specifically talking about sex. It's like, that... Man. I got some timing. Let's just say that. Anyway. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. Especially at the midnight mark. And I hope to see you all again for not only the ending to Emmy's route, but also for the first stream of 2024. This is not, I don't include this because it started before. It's fine. But, yeah. So, thank you all for coming, and I hope to see you all again next time. So until then, have a good night, especially tonight, considering it's New Year's Eve. Have a nice night, a nice few weeks, and stay safe out there. There's a lot of shit going on. And I'll see you all next time. Good night, everyone.